brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net. Today, from a look at the Manhattan skyline, so just across the way from JFK. Good to see you here. Greg Wolf alongside New York Racing Association handicapper Andy Serling. We're just minutes away here from getting started on our Thursday card, kicking off this early pick 5, and featured later today we have 3-year-old fillies. We'll talk more about it in that Glen Cove sprinting on the turf, including a 3-time stakes winner, Dance Macabre.
A very, very excellent race. I'm really glad we rescheduled this race from last Sunday so we could run it on the turf. And it's a terrific field, a very competitive field as well. I think we're looking forward to the first race as well, which kicks off the action. You and I talking before we came on. There's an even money shot right now in 6-5, and no surprise, Irad Ortiz is riding Vanish, who you and I don't feel like has any necessary edge over the field. He does look like the speed, or she does, I should say, but I don't think that she's particularly strong in this race.
Yeah, going to try and get even more distance than when she just got beat a neck going a mile. Try and get a mile and an 8 today. Start number 2 on the dirt for Todd Pletcher, Irad Ortiz Jr., who are always going to take a lot of money, and that's the case, as Andy said, coming up. Here's today's action presented by Claiborne Farm. We'll bring you the entire card on our FS2 coverage. Only race 4 comes off the grass, so races 2, 6, 8, and 9 all stay on. Turf listed is good. That 4th does come off. And you can play all the action, including this early pick 5 to kick off this Thursday card and another week of action through Naira Bets. Get signed up, started, and that's the bonus going on now, $25 free bet, plus that $200 deposit match sign-up bonus with this code right here, CUP25, as we approach the Breeders' Cup. Go to NairaBets.com, punch in that code, and get those special offers and play along with us. First on this card coming up to kick off our Thursday action. Maiden special weight, mile and an 1/8. Fillies and mares 3 and up. And the one we were talking about, who's this, we believe, over-bet favorite, maybe even at 7-5 here, the 3 Vanished.
But he is drifting up, or she is drifting up. She was 4-5, I think we sat down. Now she's 3-2. And it doesn't feel like she's necessarily more likely to win the 6 Paris Style, who shouldn't have a problem with the distance.
All right, here's a post parade. 5-2. Dreaming of most $700,000 3-year-old filly dirt debut.
Obviously, there's a big story on this horse. For the horse to be 5-2 after taking no money and doing no running, sprinting first time in the turf, maybe it's the right distance, the right surface, but a ridiculous underlay, win or lose at this point.
Belmont Tappet filly went by.
I picked her, actually, Miss Our Hero. We'll get to her.
Here's Vanish, the 8-5 favorite.
Yeah, I think she's a good horse to bet against. She does look like the speed, but I think there's other speeds, and I think there's other more interesting horses.
Already at Grant's, closing sprinter stretching out.
Yeah, she'd have to get faster to win it as she stretches out.
Rhea Valentine, 14-1. That's the biggest price on the board.
She could be forward, never been on a dry track. We'll see if she gets involved a little bit with the favorite.
And major player for Kenny McPeak outside with Junior Alvarado Paris Style.
Yeah, I think she's perfectly logical. She's had her chances and not gotten it done, but she makes some sense. She'll get the distance. I'm hoping Miss Our Hero gets on a dry track for the first time. Might improve on a dry track, and maybe she'll break a little better today.
How do they look up close and personal? Let's head downstairs, check in with champion jockey Richard Migliori for the first time today. Hi, Mig.
Hey, Craig. It's an absolutely glorious sun-drenched day here at the Big A. I'm so blessed to be outside the early part of this card. I think it's interesting here. All of these fillies look good. Really well-turned-out group. 6 horses. I really could not fault anybody in this field. But what I want to talk about, I should say, is foundation and horses that are prepared to get a mile and an 1/8. And I would really look long and hard at horses that have had more racing, like the 3-horse, your favorite, Vanished. I mean, she's making her 5th start. There's a lot of foundation. Now, these are 3-year-old fillies, not 2-year-olds, so maybe it's a little less important because they've had a lot of miles in their training over an extended period of time. But I do think a mile and 1/8 is a pretty demanding distance, 2 turns here at Aqueduct. And I think you really want to look hard at horses that have had more racing, like your favorite, like the 4, Party at Grants, who's stretching back out, adding blinkers, and the 6, Paris Style, who ultimately would be my top selection. She's making her 6th start, has efforts good enough, and I really have less questions about her getting the mile and an 1/8 than I do a few of the others. But again, in a race that I really can't be critical of any of the runners from a physical perspective, I thought that was the valid point to make. I just want horses with more experience in this spot.
All right, Mig, thank you. So, yes, start number 6 now for Paris Style, 5-2 from that outside slot for McPeak.
Yeah, I think this is a perfectly logical type horse. Before we get to 2, we do have to talk about the money the 1 is taking. For Dreaming of Mo to be the current favorite in this race suggests that there is a significant tip taking place. Now, whether this comes from the trainer, Carlos Martin, whether it comes from connections, and this is horse owned by Blue Devil Racing Stable, Mark Holliday, of course, the chairman here of the New York Racing Association, $700,000. Almost 17-1 first time out in a 6-furlong turf sprint. Now they're doing the complete opposite, a dirt route with a race on their belt. Now, this could be an interesting horse, but if you're taking $6 on this horse, I'm sorry, I think you're taking an underleg win or lose, and I think you agree, Greg.
Yeah, I do. Certainly was interesting, but more so at a price. You've gone to the one next to her, the Bill Mott filly. Another one with pedigree to go a little bit longer.
Wasn't this horse like 10-1 just a few minutes ago? And I think the board has normalized. The 3 has gone up to 5-2 and gotten to be a more realistic price in this race. And you've seen a lot more of the money come in. As far as Miss Our Hero, she got left first time out, kind of rushed up to chase the pace. Didn't take much money, but it was a muddy sealed track. And I thought did enough running early with a little bit of trouble in there that maybe she'd be more forward and more professional, getting back to what I think is the right surface after trying the turf last time. There isn't a question of whether or not she can really run, but at least she's inexperienced and has some upside.
So here we go. Loading up first action on this Thursday card. 1 1/8 maiden special weight. They're all looking for the first win of their career coming up. Field of 6. And the filly who had been favored, we thought way too short a price. It has just continued to float up and up and up. Was it 4-5, the 3 filly at one point? She's now, well, she just was 3-1.
About 8 minutes ago, she was 4-5 when we were sitting up here, and the board has changed significantly. So maybe now she's a fair price if you like her. I think 5-2 is a fair price.
Yeah, becomes interesting now at that price for sure. We're set to go. Pick 5 starts here. Let's go upstairs. John Imbrial to get this card started.
Waiting now for Rhea Valentine and Paris Style. Number 6, Paris Style, will complete the field. And number 5, Rhea Valentine, broke through the gate. Will have a slight delay.
So as you can see there, the 5 filly Rhea Valentine breaking through the gate, not getting very far away at all. So we'll get a quick look over, and it looks like probably very quickly here loaded back up.
And don't you get a feeling doing that? She has shown some speed in the past. Maybe she'll be forward along with with Vanished. I was going to say the favorite, but she's actually the 3rd choice, I think, now, the number 3. She's dropped back down to 2-1 as the musical favorites.
Back to John Imbrial.
And they're off. And from the inside, it is a Dreaming of Mo. Vanished was away well. Now Rhea Valentine moves up. Far outside, it's Paris Style. 4 of them right together going into the clubhouse turn. Miss Our Hero sits behind them and in 5th. And Party at Grant's is the trailer in 6th. Dreaming of Mo leads here by a length. Vanished second by a length and a quarter. With Rhea Valentine in 3rd. Now Miss Our Hero comes through down on the inside, is in 4th and just 3 lengths from the lead, and had a steady there as the field goes for the back stretch. The quarter went in 24 and 3. So it's Dreaming of Mo by a neck. Vanished running in 2nd. Rhea Valentine along with Paris Style and Miss Our Hero down at the rail. Party at Grant's remains at the back. As they continue up the Aqueduct backstretch, it is Dreaming of Mo by 3/4 of a length. Vanished remains in 2nd, half mile in 50 and 2. Dreaming of Mo, Vanished, they are 1-2. Miss Our Hero, Rhea Valentine heads apart 3rd and 4th. Then Paris Style and Party at Grant's. They begin the run around the far turn. There goes Vanished now. Vanished up to challenge for the lead. Vanished up to take the lead. And a new challenger in Rhea Valentine on the outside as Dreaming of Mo drops back. Room at the rail. And here comes Party at Grant's, who was last just moments ago. Party at Grant's going up to challenge Vanished and Rhea Valentine. So it's 3 of them across. Paris Style looking to get back in it again. 3/4 and 1:15 and 2. They pass the 3/16 pole. It is Party at Grant's down at the rail. Vanished is alongside. Paris Style is 3rd. Rhea Valentine back and forth. The 16th out. Party at Grant's and Vanished and Paris Style. And the 3 of them will fight it out to the finish here in the opener. Party at Grant's by a head. Dylan Davis coming up the inside successfully.
Party at Grants comes up that inside and out battles Vanish for the victory here to kick off this Thursday card.
Second longest shot on the board, gets a good ride and a good trip from Dylan Davis to get it done right up the inside, to monitor how the inside's playing as the day goes on. And a horse that had never really run fast enough to compete here, but a different horse for Jeremiah Engelhardt. And it's rare to see a horse claimed from Linda Rice that has moved forward.
Had gone long first couple of starts of her career, then tried sprinting the last two. Always comes from far out of it, was last early, and then showed some fight down the lane. Sticking to the inside, Dylan Davis, those blinkers go on, and able to win this battle.
Yeah.
As the sixth made a late run Peristyle under Junior Alvarado.
She probably ran the best race given she was wide around the racetrack, Peristyle, but on the other hand, maybe she's a horse now has had 6 chances and she's not really a winning type. She did run the better race, and we'll see as the day progresses if the rail played a role in this, or maybe just Harriet Grants turned out to get the job done. But it was a good ride by Dylan Davis, who successfully won some of these route races coming up the rail. He did it for Ray Handel last week with Constitution Lawyer, and he does it here for Jeremiah Engelhardt.
Party at Grants 8-1, as you said, second biggest price on the board to kick off this Thursday card. And second off the claimed off of Linda Rice, and Jeremiah Engelhardt getting this filly into the winner's circle and start number 5 of her career. So an upset to begin things on this Thursday afternoon. We'll have the prices when we come back. We'll get into the early pick 4 in race number 2. We'll be on the turf coming up in the second, mile and an eighth on the grass. Quick timeout. We'll look ahead to today's feature later on this afternoon. As we said at the top of the show, 3-time stakes winner Dance Macabre for Kelsey Danner. Coming in from Kentucky Downs. Looks like the one to beat in the Glen Cove.
Eclipse Champion Blade, a proven sire with over 15% lifetime stakes horses. And in the sales ring, Blaine continues to prove his value.
Now 50, 550, 550,000.
I'm at a period 85, 485,000. Thank you.
310,000 upstairs.
His stakes producing daughters include the dam of Eclipse Champion Forte.
Forte to win the Breeders' Cup Juvenile.
Blade, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Adelphi Racing Club, offering a truly personal thoroughbred ownership experience.
You'll have a lot of fun and excitement, and you'll meet some great people. All the folks I've met so far at Adelphi have just been super, and I've picked up some new friendships along the way.
We're not just a syndicate, and our members aren't just investors, we are partners. Contact us online to get a taste of the Adelphi difference.
Back with you on America's Day at the Races on our FS2 coverage. Underway opener in the books. Program brought to you by Naira Bets, where you can play it all. Go to nairabets.com to get signed up and started. An 8-1 beginning. In the opener here, Dylan Davis on party at Grants for Jeremiah Engelhardt. Second off the claim win. Let's head downstairs to Mig.
Thanks, Greg. And Dylan, I thought you made such a daring, aggressive move around the far turn, saving all that ground. You really went all in. I mean, once you committed to that idea, I guess you had to continue to go forward.
Yes, Rich. First off, thank you to owner-trainer Jeremiah for giving me the ride. She was a great ride. She had a tough trip out of the gate there, but I was able to settle her back. The reason why in that second turn, the far turn, why I was so aggressive was a couple riders were you know, horse was getting out in the lead, and a couple other riders were waiting to make that punch for the stretch. I thought the way my filly was going down the backside, I had a lot of horse, and to try to get that run going before they got the run, I would have probably been put in a chasing position down the lane, and would have been tough to catch them down lane, but I was able to make that inside move. It was open, it was tight, but she pushed through there with the blinkers on, and she fought all the way to the wire. It was great.
Well, that aggressive move won you the race, just being that decisive. Yeah, you did get squeezed a bit at the break. It looked like the inside horse kind of broke out into you.
Yes, the 3-horse. I actually had a clean break, but a few jumps out of there, the 3-horse ended up coming out. I was on heels. I did clip heels once, a quick one. It set me back. That was okay because she was able to settle on, and she felt good going into that first turn, and she was able to relax and make that run later.
Dylan, it's really been fun to watch your evolution as a rider, and I like when you're aggressive. It feels like when you're aggressive and make those kind of, you know, aggressive decisions, you're more successful.
I think so, yet I just try to make sure what I think in my mind is to make the right decision out there, and that's what I thought was the right decision. Well, you know, I can second guess myself after the race, how my horse run at the 8th pole or 16th pole. Maybe I made it maybe too aggressive, but this was the right move here.
Absolutely the right move. Congratulations. Guys, a lot of horses win just because they're the best horse, but then there are rides like this that contribute greatly to the victory.
Thanks, Rich.
Well, we've said his name quite a bit the last couple of years. He really has come on, Dylan Davis, and that's how close it was in the end. Party at Grants at 8-1 to start things off. $18.60 to begin this card.
Yep. Good ride by Dylan.
All right, we move on to race 2. It starts the Pick 4. We go on the turf. One of 4 turf races this afternoon. 1 1/8 outer turf. The rails out on the outer turf, 24 feet. Allowance optional claiming field and chili flag for Chad Brown. Avenue Neal for Christophe Clement. Part of an entry at 1-2.
They're betting on Chili Flag. Avenue Neal is sort of one of the horses in the race, but Chili Flag, if she runs either of her last 2 races, she's a virtual cinch in this race, and without some sort of incident, she's going to win. The only other horse that really makes any sense is probably the other Chad Brown horse, the 6 implicated, because she is off a layoff, and from 2 to 3, she could improve a lot. She better improve a lot to beat Chili Cat.
Yeah, I was going to ask you that. You took the words out of my mouth. Needs quite a big step forward, but it is the 3-year-old debut, so we could see that move forward. We'll find out what we get from her coming up. We're going to talk more about this race coming up in a moment. And we talked about the feature on the field. That's later today, race 8, the Glen Cove Sprinting, 6 furlongs on the grass. And Dance Macabre, 3-time stakes winner, coming in from a grade 3 runner-up finish in the Music City at Kentucky Downs. Last time out for Kelsey Danner, and Adam Biscuit's in town tonight.
Yeah, I mean, there's really nothing not to like about her in the sense that she's consistent. She runs fast races. She's effective at shorter distances. She can put herself in the game, so she's not badly compromised. There should be some pace in here. She's a very logical horse who drew well towards the inside. I didn't feel as though she had a significant trip last time you and I talked about it, but I still think she ran well enough to be effective here.
She is on the outside giving chase to Secret Money, who's, by the way, was 3rd in this year's Lake George at Saratoga when they tried to stretch her out, but has been a very effective runner. Minor bump mid-stretch with Dance Macabre in there. It didn't seem like it affected her a whole lot.
There's so much bumping in races. To use one bump is the reason your horse lost. Maybe she was just second best to a pretty good horse who, as you pointed out, had finished 3rd, probably going too far in a pretty good race up in Saratoga.
And Kelsey Danner, trainer of Dance Macabre with that race, wish he had a little more time. It's going to get it now. Maybe it was a breeze or too short. We'll see. Second back off a short layoff if she's that much better. Meanwhile, future is now for Michael Trombetta, lightly raced and pretty big effort at 5 furlongs at Pimlico, just dominating on the front end.
I never know what to do with these kind of horses that win at 5 furlongs because sometimes they're just not transferable to 6 furlongs. But make no mistake, this horse ran extremely quickly and looks to be, with a clean break, the speed of the speed today. And I'm not going to be surprised when Future Is Now leads him wire to wire in here. I think she is a big-time player in here, and I'm curious, as I'm sure Mike Trombetta is, to see, can she class up, moving in against better horses and going the extra furlong? But she ran in that race.
Ran huge, yeah, now has to go 6 furlongs. She's 2 for 2 sprinting on the turf. She's led just about every step of the way. You have another runner in here, 3-year-old filly for Marcassi Personal Pursuit, who did go 6 furlongs and was probably even more dominant than Future Is Now. She won by 8 lengths at Woodbine last time out.
I'm annoyed that I didn't. I mean, I'm kidding because I could never have looked at the race, but she should have paid 1-5 in that last race. She's a turf sprinter. And if you were to take her career and just look at her 2 6-furlong turf races, one here in the Matron where she probably ran the best race or arguably could have won, she was absolutely slammed at the start. She was bumped after the start and then just taken out of the race by another horse and actually ran a relatively competitive race, a race that was dominated up front. And then she found a field that just couldn't compete with her, and she broke slowly and she crushed them. Now, she doesn't want to break slowly here. She didn't have a bad break the time before that. It wasn't really her fault. She got slammed. If she can break cleanly in here, I think she's going to be very tough to beat. I think that Personal Pursuit, or especially a good performance here, she should never be running in races outside of sprints again on the turf. 2
out-of-town fillies, both very interesting in this feature race coming up later today, where Dance Macabre looks like she's probably going to be the favorite. That's the feature, race 8 on the card, 4:22 Eastern start time for that Glen Cove. We're going to take a timeout. When we come back, Cody's Wish back to doing what he does best in that Vosburg win, going a shorter distance as he looks to repeat in the Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile. We'll talk more about his chances next.
And they're off. Power pretty close up in the early stages as the field approaches the quarter pole, and it's Gunite trying to fend off Elite Power, who's motoring like a big chestnut tank on the outside, and Elite Power and Gunite. Elite Power got him right on the money in 109.22 seconds.
Herman, the classic sire.
Experience the adrenaline-pumping, suspense-filled action of the Sport of Kings no matter where you are with Naira Bets. It's fast, easy, and secure. Download the app today and start winning with our lucrative weekly promotions, thrilling handicapping contests, and a one-of-a-kind VIP rewards program. Don't just watch horse racing, be a part of the action with Naira Bets.
I just happened to be up on the 3rd floor of the grandstand at Saratoga, so I saw a horse load up in the gate and just decided to clock it. Went like 11 and 22 and 33 and 44 and change. It was one of the fastest gate works I've ever seen.
Nashville, first time out, much the best.
Spicedown was a super fast horse, certainly no surprise when he has an offspring like Nashville.
Never asked for a thing, track record.
Nashville for the best sprint time of the Fairgrounds meet.
Like my old boss Wayne Lucas always said, you can't coach speed.
At Keeneland, a horse will always be measured in hands. Hands that see, that sense, that speak. Hands that hold our sport to a higher standard. Not for our sake, but for theirs. For the love of the horse, for generations to come.
We're back on America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual unusually well. Do you have good luck on Halloween?
Do I?
Betting the races?
I've probably had some winning days on Halloween.
It's a Tuesday this year, so.
Where are we going to go? You got a plan? So you're going to go somewhere so you don't take the kids trick-or-treating?
No.
You want to take a trip to parks
Halloween
or something?
in our neighborhood is huge, so it's not to be missed.
What are you dressing as?
My son's going to be a school bus.
I like
so
that.
We're going to stay within that theme.
I like that.
Yeah.
What are you going as a bus driver?
I may,
well, you're in,
yeah.
Ralph Cramden. In
I'm open to suggestions.
I think Ralph Cramden.
Okay.
Who drove a bus or bus a drive.
I like that. We went to break talking about Cody's Wish. he tried that classic division with a Whitney, did not work out. Back to the Vosburg in a win, but what'd you think of that performance in the Vosburg? Not as dominant as we've seen him in the past.
No, but optimistically, you would say he didn't break, which is a problem. He needs to start breaking, especially when you get an outside post, you don't break. And it was a slow pace, and Junior had to move early in the race. So I think in the context of the race, he actually ran very well.
Well, we got 100 Beyer in that victory, and out west is going to be a 2-turn Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile.
He needs pace.
He did win at last year in the Breeders' Cup
with a strong pace. Yeah. If it doesn't have a strong pace, I don't like him at all. If it has a strong pace, I think he's a major player. Good horse, regardless.
Still believe he's one of the most dominant dirt horses in the world?
Well, I think based on this year, Echo Zulu is the only horse I can unequivocally say has consistently run some faster races, right?
Well, this is a look at the Vosburg. And yes, again, off slow. And that's part of the reason why that Met Mile was so out of this world sensational from the inside post with that slow beginning and then circling and inhaling that group in one of the most important races in the sport. But will he be able to get away with that again in the Breeders' Cup?
And I don't want to knock Accretive, who had everything his own way in here. He's still beating Accretive, and he's going to face better horses in this race. How much better remains to be seen, but he's going to be facing better horses. I mean, the Breeders' Cup Mile is a race to have another race. It's not in any way a championship race, and it's a race that has destroyed the Breeders' Cup Sprint in a lot of ways. It's one of the main reasons the Breeders' Cup Sprints have not been as strong as they were before the Mile came around. They hurt the Classic to an extent, much more the Sprint. I still think he's very, very, very good. But one of the reasons he's done so well in New York is the elongated sprints. We run, Belmont and Aqueduct, we run miles around one turn. And to me, I almost say they shouldn't run the Breeders' Cup Mile unless they're at a track where it's around one turn. Because that's what makes those races great, right? They bring the sprinters and the routers sort of together, like the Met Mile.
Well, let's hear from Hall of Fame trainer Bill Mott and the journey Cody has had this year.
After the Whitney, our third place finish in the Whitney, we came back in the Vosburg and he redeemed himself. We went back to a one-turn race, 7/8 of a mile. He ran very well. Now, the Breeders' Cup Mile is 2 turns, which he was able to do that at Keeneland last year. So the mile distance is appropriate for him as long as he handles the 2 turns well. He turned into kind of a real, man recently. He knows he's pretty good. I think he's got a lot of confidence, and that's what you need. You want a horse that's coming off of a winning race, and I think that helps him.
Incredible career, really, but this year was sensational for him as well, where he became the horse for a moment in this sport.
Well, right. When starting with his Forgo last year in that blistering effort where he just blew Jackie's Warrior off the racetrack, he was an emerging star. Now we've seen horses run those big races and they don't back them up, but he backed them up time and time again, and he's shown how good he can be, and his Met Mile was a tour de force. I love the fact that Bill Mott tried the Whitney with him. It's the biggest race run all year. It's an important race. It was a heavy favorite, win or lose. It didn't work out because he's a horse that needs a much faster pace to be effective with his closing run, and it was a slower pace. It wasn't a great effort also, but still, just because his talents lie in a different way doesn't mean he's not a tremendous racehorse. Yeah. Because under the right circumstances, he's as fast, if not faster, than every horse in this country.
It'll be fun to see what he can produce on Breeders' Cup weekend, see if he can repeat in that Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile. Again, race 2 on the outer turf, rails out 24 feet in the entry, mainly because of this guy here, Philly, I should say, Chili Flag with a Rat Ortiz Jr. for Chad Brown. The reason this entry is so short, 1-9, though. Wow. Said downstairs to Mig.
Yeah, Greg, I think this is one of those situations where the 2 horses, to me, that look best on paper also look best here in the paddock. The one Chili Flag, she could not be better turned out. I mean, you don't expect less from a Chad Brown conditioned horse. And I've been taken with this filly. I became a fan, too, back when she showed that, kind of versatility, very tactical, put herself in the game, and then really showed an acceleration, a turn of foot. I think she's going to be extremely tough to beat. I wonder, a 1 1/8 is probably, I think, getting to her outer limits, but the way she's won going a 1/16, I don't think she should have any problem doing it. And then the Christophe Clement trained Avenue Niel, she probably wants a little more ground, but the way she's turned out here, this is a very potent entry here. I think that the path to the winner's circle, certainly to the 1 Chili Flag, and then a really good backup in the 1A Evan Uniel. And then the 6 horse also very well turned out, coming off a layoff. Ran some nice races as a 2-year-old, undefeated on turf. I just wonder, she's probably improved from 2 to 3. They mostly do. She's got that lean look to her, that, very fitness level that you expect. And she's been on the same training schedule as her entry, the 1 Chili Flag, although they don't train together. I asked Chad Brown's assistant, but they were basically working on the same days. I can't get past Chili Flag, though. She's just too well turned out for me, and a very short price.
She will break from post 3. Around Ortiz Jr. again will be aboard, and that's the reason for this extremely short price with this entry. The other half, of course, outside Avenue Neal for Christophe Clement. You can follow along with all the stats of the horses, trainers, jockeys in today's action with free Equibase past performances. Go to NYRA.com/TV schedule to get your free PPs. Here comes our post parade, and we'll start with the heavily favored entry. Again, Chili Flag, post 3.
Comes out of a very good field in Saratoga. Horses have come back and run well out of it. She was compromised by a slow pace. She's way the horse to beat.
Outside post for the entry mate, Avenue Neal.
Probably a horse that requires more distance and just couldn't really find that kind of race.
The rail to task for Jorge Abreu.
Yeah, she used to be very competitive. She is off the claim, but she's lost a step this year.
Rent fans all over Tick Tick Boom.
Is that a Rent thing? Is that a...
Yeah, it's the movie.
It's a movie, right?
About the creator of Rent.
Oh, okay. Thank you. It was on Netflix, right?
Very good. And
Is it?
Garfield.
Okay.
Yeah. Unruly Julie at 16 to 1.
She seems a little interesting going back to Belmont where she's been before.
Stern Chaser for Michael Matz with Jr.
She could be forward along with Unruly Julie. She's run much cheaper. This is a class test.
Does this 3-year-old filly for Chad Brown in her debut in her 3-year-old campaign have a move forward?
If you want to bet against the favorite, really she was the only way to go because she could move forward from 2 to 3. And Chad Brown, here's a stat: 250-plus day layoff in turf routes. He's 47 for 166, 28%. The huge sample size with a $2.02 ROI for a trainer whose horses are habitually overbet. That's actually remarkable.
Yeah. Well, here is the one taking all the money in here. Caught Mig's eye, the way she was carrying herself. Be the first start since August 17th, Saratoga, when she just missed as a beaten favorite with a wide trip.
And the winner wired the field and is a promising horse for trainer Norm Cassie, who had a tremendous meet in Saratoga. The third finisher came back and won, improved by 4 points. Fourth horse, I believe, won also, but definitely improved 3 by her points. In fact, did win at Keeneland, was another Chad Brown runner. And this was a very, very strong field, and she was compromised, arguably ran the best race of anybody. Now, the argument someone's going to say is, well, isn't she going to be compromised again today? There's not much speed. Yeah, this is on paper a significantly weaker field. So unless her stablemate implicated, and not the 1A, implicated, improves dramatically from 2 to 3, which is always possible, there's nobody in here that can be competitive with her.
But again, and we're going to take a look at her, and there she is, it would need to be a pretty big move forward to get to the level that Chili Flag's already at.
Right. Chili Flag feels like she's hovering close enough to potentially go to stakes. She's going to have to get a little bit better, but she's improved enough to say that it's not an impossibility. Now, to be fair, Implicated beat Tax Implications, who, while she disappointed a bit this year, she ran a couple of very good races in stakes and improved her buyer figures 10, 15 points. Having said that, Tax Implications should have won this race. She's lugging in. She caused her own problems. So there's an argument, not to knock Implicated, but there is a fair argument that Tax Implications ran the best race, so she was fortunate to win. But doesn't mean she can't improve 10 to 15 points and be competitive here, but she'll need to.
So Jose Ortiz for Chad Brown on this Daughter of Connect, making her 3-year-old debut coming up. She will get Lasix for the first time, trying to do so. Stakes winner in that race we just showed you, that Chelsea Flower. Long time away, but this is what this barn is so good at. 7 to 2, that price. She was just 5 to 1 a few moments ago.
Yeah, I mean, there's just sort of nowhere else to go. So by the very definition that she's going to end up 5 to 2 or 3 to 1, just because she's the only real alternative, at least reasonable alternative. And listen, Chad Brown is great off of layoffs in these situations. It's a really remarkable stat. But she's going to have to get a lot better to be competitive here, Greg.
And we got later in the card, Fergal Lynch with a mount.
Well,
Chad Brown.
Fergal Lynch rode Root Cause, who, while you were gone, ran in the boggy stake the Sand Springs here and rode her in the Virginia Oaks at almost 20-1 and gave her a brilliant ride to lose by the barest of noses. I'm not too bitter. I did bet her. But he gave her a great ride in doing so. And so I think the Trad's saying, I have confidence in Fergal coming up here. And I think a lot of riders at Keeneland, and you're looking to get riders, so he got Fergal to come up here. I don't think he's riding in the stake, is he? I think he's coming to ride that horse. Chad Brown asked you to come up. If you can make the trip,
that trip,
do it.
Book
well,
that
because
flight.
the other thing is that he'll ship horses, out of town where Fergal is, and to get a chance to ride those horses, get some good paydays.
Let's head back down to Mig as we approach the 2-minute mark to post.
Yeah, you certainly want to be in a position to ride horses for trainers like Chad Brown, obviously, and you have equipment will travel. I mean, that's a rider's life, and you want those opportunities. I'm not giving any great information here, guys. The one Chili Flag looks best on paper to me, looks best on the racetrack. I just really can't see past her. I would love to come up with something clever, but it would be disingenuous. The 6 Avenue Niel is the second best looking horse warming up. You got this time of year, you start looking at horses and their coats start turning, getting a little bit longer in anticipation of the colder weather. And there are a couple of fillies and mares in here that look to me like they're over the top, where their coats have already started to turn. And that's not the case with the 3 most fancied horses in this race. The entry to me is just too formidable.
Mig, thanks. And yeah, betting public has seen it that way throughout as well. 1-4.
Right. Richie's making, though, a very good point about the race, which is, we have time to talk about these races. We could sit here and we could try to convince people to bet ridiculous long shots that just aren't good enough to win. And once again, if you like some horse in this race besides the 1 or the 6, go ahead. They're big prices. No one will ever try to talk you off of big-priced horses. Having said that, nobody on this show right now believes you're supposed to be betting against the 1 unless you want to take a shot with the 6. At 5-2, frankly, isn't even that appetizing a price, to be honest, as an alternative. So we're not going to. The worst thing you can do in the situations we're in is try to fabricate something to try to make this race seem more competitive than it is. We'd like to do that, and we'd like to try to steer you towards bigger priced horses we like, and we will do that. But in this particular case, it appears on paper to be absolute folly to be taking a real stand against Chili Flag. She's just, as soon as this race was drawn, I mean, there are races that take a while to handicap, and there are races like this where you go, okay, she towers over the field, Greg, right? I mean,
she really does.
Towers over them. She's been very good in her last 2 starts. I don't care what figures you're looking at, right?
You could look at Tass and say she used to have some races to go back to. She's just not as good at this 7-year-old mare who's not the same.
She's been extremely disappointing this year, but she's also a 7-year-old mare. These horses, they don't have, it's very rare, and that's why Casa Creed is such a cool horse, right? He seems to be at his absolute best now as a 7-year-old. And Bill Mott, by the way, who gets all of this credit for really good horses like Cody's Wish and Elite Power, and he deserves credit, as well as his whole team. But I see a horse like Casa Creed as one of his great achievements, that he's got a 7-year-old that's at the absolute peak of his game. That's impressive.
He's like a mini version of 4-Star Dave.
Yeah, he just keeps getting better and better. Even 4-Star Dave, I don't think got better as he got older necessarily. He managed to keep an incredible amount of form for a while. I think you could argue the races that Casa Creed ran Saturday this summer are the best races he ever ran, because he was winning those races despite not having the best of it. I thought he ran much better to win the 4-Star Dave this year than he did last year, for instance.
Been a great story. Still going to be, you would think, when we get to Breeders' Cup Mile, could be a tough task.
It is going to be tough, but, his owner, our friend Leon Seiler, is a gamer, and, he'll be out there to have fun. And you want to be in those races, right? You buy horses, you want to be in those races.
And he's earned it.
Yeah, and absolutely earned it. I mean, I'm sorry, who are the horses in America that are particularly more accomplished than him on turf this year? Up to the mark. After that, you can have the rest of them. Not to say I would like him, he's going to win, and I think Lee was even considering, we talked a bit about the possibility of going to Hong Kong for their big races, where there's the sprint, or there is actually a mile race. So I told him he'll be in tough there, but go to Hong Kong and have fun.
One of the great stories, we've had the last couple of years in this game. Casa Creed. We're set for race 2. Kicks off this pick 4 and Chili Flag, part of this entry that has been odds on throughout, stepping in right there under Arad Ortiz Jr. Let's go to John Imbrial for the call.
Unruly Julie, the gray, about to move into line. And that will leave us with Stern Chaser, Implicated, and Avenue Niel. Again, this race was moved from the inner turf to the outer. Turf courses are good. Implicated is in. And Avenue Niel, part of the entry, moving into line. We're set for race 2. And they're off. Tick, 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 boom, along with Tass. And now moving up is a Chili Flag, and on the outside it is Stern Chaser. Stern Chaser goes on with it and has the early lead. And it is Tass down at the rail and on the outside, Implicated, as the field goes into the clubhouse turn. On top is Stern Chaser, leading here by a little more than a length. Implicated running in second. Tass down on the inside is next in third. Then comes Unruly Julie in fourth, followed by Chili Flag in fifth. The break of 3 to Tick, 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 Boom. And Avenue Niel trails the field in seventh. The opening quarter over the good going in 23 3/5 seconds. So it is Stern Chaser by 3/4 of a length. Implicated on the outside remains in second, and Tass is down at the rail, a couple of lengths off the lead, half mile 48 4. Unruly Julie is in fourth. Then comes the favorite, Chili Flag, in fifth, better than a half dozen lengths off the lead. Tick, 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 boom to her inside, and Avenue Niel as they go for the turn. It is Stern Chaser holding on to the lead. The lead is a half length. Implicated is on the outside. Unruly Julie has gotten closer. Tass has had a good trip, saving ground down at the rail. A length and a half to Chili Flag, who remains 4 lengths from the front and is now being asked for more. They are at the top of the stretch. It's Stern Chaser, Implicated, and here comes Chili Flag on the outside. Tass is looking for a way through. Tass has racing room now, but it is Chili Flag on the outside who strikes the lead. Tass moving up on the outside of Implicated, and a late move here from Avenue Niel. Tass has come on through now. Tass and Chili Flag, and the two of them come to the wire together. Oh, it's very tight. Very tight. Was it Tass or was it Chili Flag?
Late stretch, it looked like the odds-on favorite part of this entry was beat. She did re-rally late, made this very close.
Yeah, I think the inside, but I think the inside got it. It looked like Chili Flag, top of the stretch, was going to win this race by 5 lengths. And she just kind of hung once she made the lead. And listen, we talked about horses getting better. Off the claim for Jorge Abreu, may have beaten his old boss, Chad Brown, with a remarkable turnaround for a horse that, I think the 2 won, but there was one bob near the wire. The inside always has a big edge. Hey, Gracifiat Tass, off her recent form, she had absolutely no chance to win here. She improved dramatically, and I also think there's a chance that Chili Flag just took a big step backwards. This race was too close at the end to say she ran her race.
Hot pink silks on the rail. That's Tass. Javier Castellano looked like she might have got the best of the bob. Mig, what'd you see?
Yeah, it did look like the inside horse got the best of the bob. It appeared to me that Chili Flag hit the front and just started idling, thought her job was over, and then kind of re-engaged when she saw the filly inside finally. But it was the 2 who got her head down in front.
7-year-old mare coming up the inside. Javier Castellano, Jorge Abreu off the claim. Claimed for 40,000. I initially took a look at this race. Said, you just claimed this one for 40. Why are you going such a tough spot? I guess that's why.
She's been in absolutely, relatively speaking, abysmal form this year. Considering how well she had run in past years, she's been in spots where, like she got maybe a little over-aggressive, 2 back. Okay, last time out, she was awful last time out. I know she finished 3rd, but she had no competitive spirit. She was just a new horse off the claim. And Flying P, who had been very dangerous at times, had a very quiet Saratoga, all things considered, winning with a first-time starter. Maybe you want to take a look at their horses off the claim again, because they have been a very effective outfit off the claim. And this horse improved remarkably to win. But also, Chili Flag didn't run. She didn't really run that well in here, right? I mean,
She
even
should have won
Avenue
this race.
Neal was a length and a half behind her, and she's supposed to be 3-4 in front of her. So I also wonder if the favorite didn't run well. But Tass, she ran today, and a nice ride by Javier Castellano.
9-1 after an 8-1 start through the first 2 legs of this Thursday card. 2 big upsets. It's going to play even bigger than 9-1, beating a 2-5. We'll be back.
Introducing a stallion, as top class as they come. In 22 career starts, he won or placed in 12 graded stakes, competing in 15 grade ones, earning over $1.7 million. His undisputed speed is evidenced by 7 100-plus Spire speed figures, a 3-time grade 1 winner, Raging Bull.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing, with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
You're watching America's Day of the Races on our FS2 coverage, and 2 upsets to start this Thursday card. 8-1 in the opener, now 9-1, beating a 1-5 favorite here in race number 2. Tass, 7-year-old mare, off the claim, steps up in class, and just edging out the more heavily regarded part of that entry. Chili Flag for the win, $20.60. Well done, Javier Castellano aboard for the victory. Let's go downstairs to Mig.
Yeah, thanks, Greg. And here with Jorge Abreu, who, terrific job. I mean, you claim this filly for 40 and take on a really good field like this. Whose idea was it to claim this filly?
Well, it's all 3 of us, Jay, Jay, myself, and forgot his name right now.
and the other partner in this. Yeah, and I should say Mare, excuse me, 7-year Mare. What was attractive about her to claim at that age? She does have races in her past that were pretty good.
Well, she got a good form in the past, you know, and they were probably looking for Brumia Prospect as well. So we went for a shot and we had her.
Did you expect this kind of effort from her the way she'd been training?
It was a tough race, you know, been trying to enter, but she was training pretty well. And Javier gave her a great ride, too.
He really did. When he was able to get through in the inside to kind of dive away from the favorite, who looked to me like maybe she got to idling on the lead.
She did. I was a little concerned because she's a little too close to the pace, but Javier told me early on, like, her best race has been close to the pace. So I said, well, you ride your races.
How satisfying is it for you to be able to, you know, get a horse to come back to their best form?
Well, Barry, because he was a good field horse. These are good field horses here, and she really show up.
Now, I know you take horses to Florida. Will you have a presence with us all winter here in New York?
We will.
Okay. You about how many you think you might leave?
About 20, 25.
Okay, well, that's really good news because we need trainers like you to support our program year-round, so it's much appreciated.
Thank you, Rich.
Great job here. Guys, a trainer. David Canizzo. And Dave Canizzo, he just came up with the last name of the greater minds that thought to claim Taz.
This claim already a win with this performance today.
No, I agree. It's well, the New York is not a New York bred, but still, first in the mid 80,000s, almost $50,000. They're out. We'll see where they go with her. She improved a lot. She has not been in good form this year, but she improved a lot off the claim, and nice to see it get done, and happy for TT to see
How
the win.
big is that going to play? 8-1 to start this, and now 9-1 beating an odds-on favorite.
Well, you made a good point. I'm not sure we were still on when you said to me she's a lot bigger than 8-1, considering how big a favorite the one was, and you think of people backing up maybe with a 6. So the first winner not easy, but I guess usable by some people, probably in that 8 to 10-1 range. This horse could easily be 20-1 or more in pick 5s. I think there's a very good shot. I guess we see another goofy result here. We could see we should see some 4 or 5s in the, or not 4 or 5, see some carryovers in the third leg. This is a huge horse to lose in the pick 5, don't you think?
No question.
Huge
Third
percentage.
coming up, 6 furlongs, sprinting made track condition, $14,000 claiming race ahead. And Lady Shylock right now favored from the inside for Rob Falcone.
Yeah, there's not a ton of form in this race. I was going to try High School Crush. I'll be betting 0 on her at 5-2 or anywhere close to that, as she was near the rail, but so was Sweet as Sugar, who's a much bigger price. I guess Lady Shylock with a scratch is the one to beat, but it's tough to take a big short price on her.
And she, to give you an idea of how potentially big this pick 5 could be, shortest pick 3 right now is to Lady Shylock. $251 for a dollar pick 3.
$251.
Yeah.
So that means it's around $500. That's not even that high. The parlay, what did the early double pay? I mean, actually, I should look and see what the early double pay, because the parlay is close to 200. So frankly, unless she's going to be even at even money, it's not that big. Don't pay A6 for a dollar. It's a double paid in line with the parlay, which is kind of surprising. Actually,
All right,
a little
more
light.
on this third coming up in a moment. We're going to take a timeout. Coming up on tomorrow's card, Grade 3 Knickerbocker and King Cause was a shocker last year at 15-1. Gate-to-wire win in this race. Can he do it again? Mike Maker, Kendrick Carmouche, who was aboard for that victory, getting back in the irons. We'll have a preview ahead.
Cyberknife was a very talented horse from day one. Fast horse, able to carry it around 2 turns. Looks a tremendous amount like Gunrunner, same ability and talent. Holds the track record in the Haskell. He won it in impressive fashion, beating a very good group of horses. Excited about him passing on his durability, his soundness, and his talent. He could definitely be a breed-shaping stallion.
Any success that we've enjoyed is directly attributable to the men and women who first bring horses to us to sell. It's not a chicken and the egg situation in the thoroughbred industry or in the auction industry. You got to have good product. If we're able to attract quality horses to our sale with quality men and women selling them, we're going to have good sales.
We provide a platform for the auction of thoroughbred horses. Our mission is to do that with the highest level of integrity and service. We are the oldest thoroughbred auction company in North America. The stops at Fays Tipton are circled on a calendar and are not to be missed. The product that our customers are able to provide is sought after throughout the world.
Well, I believe the future of Fays Tipton is extremely bright. Everything that we do is going to be to achieve success tomorrow by doing things right today. It's a commitment to get up and do the right thing every day in a consistent and a professional fashion, and that's a great recipe for success long term.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
3 quarters, 1:16.1. They're into the stretch, and it's Heart to Heart in front. Heart to Heart's got a length and a half lead on Jay Gatsby as they come to the 8th pole. And Heart to Heart's pulled away now to lead by 2.5. Jay Gatsby is second, then Black Type take over target on the outside. It is Heart to Heart with a heart on his face. The winner of the Knickerbocker by a half a length.
2016 edition of the Knickerbocker. Rat Ortiz Jr. aboard for this gate-to-wire win. Really neat horse. 41 starts in his career. 15-time winner, over $2 million in earnings. And a couple of years after this win, would put together back-to-back Grade 1 wins on the front end.
And of course, he had the heart-shaped marking on his far as well. He was a very cool horse. Brian Lynch did such a good job with him. Very game horse on the front end. Beating the Joe Allen horse in there. I don't know who it is.
Jay Gatsby.
Ah, of course. Jay Gatsby usually won, didn't he?
There's that heart.
The famous Jay Gatsby.
Well named. Such a cool runner. It's on an English channel. This year's edition, take a look at the field that's going to line up tomorrow in the 6th race. Mile and an 1/8 outer turf for this Grade 3. We talked about King Cause going to break, won this race last year. Rock Emperor, though, lining up for Chad Brown with Manny Franco, just missed in a Group 3 at Woodbine.
But he is a horse that's done his best running in longer races. To be honest, I don't know how long this race was. I'm not in tomorrow, so I haven't handicapped this card at all tomorrow. And his form a little bit questionable.
Mile and a quarter here.
Mile and a quarter. Mile and 1/8, probably a little shorter than his best races. He's a funny horse. He shows up occasionally and runs very well. A big win when he won the Joe Hirsch for Javier Castellano a couple of years ago at a very big price. A rare Chad Brown horse in a big turf stake. Big price. We'll see. I mean, I haven't looked, like I said. Last year when King Cause won it, he was able to control on the front end. No complaints by me. I bet him. I don't know how he stacks up against this field now.
7-year-old with the Chad Brown barn. Manny Franco will be aboard, so shortening up to a mile and an 1/8 after a couple of mile and a quarter races the last 2 starts. Outside post going to go to Linda Rice's Pioneering Spirit. Jose Ortiz will be aboard, who was a winner this summer, that Bernard Baruch.
And can he continue to run well off short rest? He came into the Baruch off a week rest or 9 days rest, and he got it done at a mile and 1/8 this distance. He ran just 2 weeks ago, or it will be 13 days in the Joe Hirsch. Not effective on the softer turf, going a mile and a half. But he's been in raging form. You can't knock him, and he's won off short rest before, so I'm assuming he has to be considered a player in here.
Do you look at that race and just say, first of all, it was a yielding turf course. It was a Grade 1 against Warlike Goddess, and put a line through it?
Well, I don't think. Oh, did he run terribly in there? I didn't even remember. Yeah, when horses that are in good form run as badly as he did last time, I mean, the distance is too far for him, probably to his best race. But yeah, when you got a boggy turf like that, the results get exaggerated. Do we really think that Warlike Goddess is the one she went by 7 lengths or something in there? Do we really think she's that much better than the field? No, so I think it exaggerates margins. I wouldn't worry about his last race. He's won off short rest before. Shorter rest, in fact.
Yeah, indeed. Jose Ortiz will be back aboard. Meanwhile, the one we talked about going to break, last year's winner, got that gate-to-wire score in this race, and Kendrick aboard that day. He'll be back aboard again this year.
Yeah, competitive race last year. I just don't know, does he stack up as the speed in this race? Is he able to control? He had come into this race off having some excuses in some of his recent races as well. It was a competitive field, but he got a terrific ride from Kendrick to get it done. We'll see.
Not really the way he does things either.
No. No, but Kendrick took advantage of circumstance in here to get it done. It was a very good ride by him. I needed the 4 horse to be second. That would have really been a score. I'm still bitter.
Time to let it go.
Horses, from a physical perspective, it counts more with lower level horses. And she has that race under her belt last time coming off of freshening. She is a filly that has a bit of a bigger barrel on her. I think the race should move her forward from a fitness standpoint, no doubt. Another horse caught my eye from a physical perspective is the 5, Swedish Sugar. Romero Mirage has made me a fan. I really like watching this young man ride. He gets horses to outrun their odds. He puts them in positions to win. And I really like the way she's turned out. Lolita Schmengel did a really nice job. This filly could not look any better. And another one, really good warm-up. And the one horse, your favorite, Lady Shylock, she looks fantastic. You know, again, at a time of the year when you start to see horses' coats, you know, maybe turn a little bit, getting longer. She's dappled out, high energy level, actually almost getting a little bit too worked up, I thought. She had left the pony under Luis Rivera, an apprentice that I've been impressed with. I'd like to see her settle down just a bit more. We go to the gate, but I'm going to the outside with High School Crush.
All right, so 7-2. And there she is again, 6-year-old mare. We had a 7-year-old mare return to some of the top form she's probably had in her career in the prior race, beating an odds-on favorite. Nothing has gone to plan so far through the first 2 races on this card.
No, I agree, especially, I mean, listen, the first race, it's not like anybody was that reliable, but the second race, Chili Cat was one, I keep saying Chili Cat, it's actually not Chili Cat, Chili Flag. Chili Cat was a Phipps McGay horse a number of years ago. That was a tough horse to play against. I fortunately didn't get involved in the pick 5 or I would have lost it. It'll be interesting to see, but, you know, I look at what the early double paid, it makes me think that maybe those horses weren't as big a price in the Pick 5 as you thought. And it's very hard for there to be carryovers in Pick 5s. All pools are big enough, a lot of combinations out there. You need a goofy winner, and at least one more goofy winner to make it possible. You know,
that's probably not going to happen. You're in line for a very big payout, especially if this one can get beat.
Also,
which is no standout.
Anybody that is alive in this Pick 5, you're rooting for them. To have gotten through the first 2 races, you want to see them be successful. And hopefully they played in a way that gives them the best chance to be successful, because those are very hard horses to get on the same ticket together as started out, so you want to see them do well.
Is this strange to see this much support for Lady Shylock here?
No, I'm not surprised at all, because it's a race that has no real form, and at least her recent races she's run respectively enough that people are going to lean on them. And doesn't it feel, Greg, like a lot of times in these races that they go overboard on the sort of logical favorite as opposed to looking at it as a more wide-open race? I mean, she is fairly logical here. I don't really love her. I picked her second, though, or I scratched into her for second when the 3 scratched. I mean, who are you supposed to love in here? I mean, listen, I like the 8. Is she a great shakes at 7-2?
8-5 seems awfully short on, you know, the last 2 performances out of town, both wet track. Maybe she'll run even better, though, on a fast going. We'll see. It seems short.
I don't trust her either. I agree. She may be dressed up off those races and off the turf races. I don't disagree at all. I'm trying to get the 5 into the exactas and tries with the logical 1 and 8 in here, or what I think are somewhat logical. I don't know if there's any logic in this race because she was on a dead rail. Now her form leaves a lot to be desired, but she has back races that are good enough. And maybe your last race, the dead rail, elevates her to a better effort than it looks, and maybe your form turned a little bit without it being noticeable. And she's almost 20-1, and this doesn't feel like a bad race to be logical, be illogical. Though considering what we've seen in the first 2 races, this is probably the race the favorites won 1, 2, 3.
See how it plays out coming up. 8-1 in the opener on this card, 9-1 beating an odds-on favorite, part of Chad Brown, Christophe Clement entry in race 2. And now the public falling in love with Lady Shylock, who did win her debut on a wet track at Aqueduct for maiden 30.
You think she's really overbet at 8-5. I don't.
Yeah, I don't think there's that much to love about her in here.
No, I'm not in love with her either, but I'm not surprised. I mean, 8-5, they got to go to somebody, right? She was the most likely, and it just seems like in these races they overbet them. Imagine if she had IRAD. She'd be like 4-5 if IRAD was riding her.
No question. So, 2-time winner. One of those wins coming 2 back at Monmouth, going 5.5. There she is, going to load up as the 8-5 choice as we start another pick 4 here in this third. Belmont at the Big 8 Thursday action. Going to have to try and catch, crowding out though likely the 7, who should be on the lead. Just the second try on dirt for that one. First time on a fast dirt surface. Let's go upstairs. John Imbrial with the call.
We have a field of 7 sprinting here at 6 furlongs as we begin the middle pick 4. Main track is fast. Please remember the 4th race is off the turf. Race 4 is off the turf. Swedish Sugar has gone in. Now Simple Sugar will step up. And the field will be completed by Crowding Out and High School Crush. Crowding Out with Trevor McCarthy, just about ready to go in. And one left to load, and that's number 8, High School Crush, as Dylan Davis looks for his second win today. We're ready for the third. And they're off. And it is Crowding Out, out for the lead. Lady Shylock now moves up down on the inside. Lady Shylock looking to challenge Crowding Out for the lead. Lady Shylock had a steady there as they go up the back stretch. Swedish Sugar has moved up alongside. Then comes Simple Sugar, followed by High School Crush and Justin Nyquist. And it's a 6-length break back to Synonymous, who trails the field in 7th. Crowding Out is the leader here by a length. Swedish Sugar, Simple Sugar, High School Crush, those three all together. Lady Shylock down at the rail is back running in 5th. The quarter went in 22-4. Crowding Out is still the leader. High School Crush on the far outside. Then comes a Simple Sugar along with Swedish Sugar, and Lady Shylock has now come on through the half in 46-1. Crowding Out holding the lead here with Lady Shylock on the outside. High School Crush is in 3rd. A furlong to the finish. Crowding Out, and on the outside it's Lady Shylock. Crowding Out narrowly. Lady Shylock driving on the outside. They come on for the finish. Crowding Out and Lady Shylock. And we've got a third straight photo finish. Too tight to call. Crowding Out or the late closing. Lady Shylock.
Crowding Out got to the front, made life difficult early on in this race for Lady Shylock, who had to back out of there. And it looks like, I don't know if the one ever got a nose in front. Looked like the 7 held on.
I agree with you, Greg. I don't think the one ever got there. It was close, but I don't think the one got there. We'll take another look now. No, the 7 got it. You know, look, there's 2 ways to look at it. She ran once in the dirt, and she ran a figure to blow this field out. She's 5-2. You could say she's a better horse. You could say what I said. It's a phony race that's proven phony going forward, and she's in terrible form. I went the wrong way. I didn't like her at all. I thought she was a total throwout in this race. She ended up winning the race. I was wrong. She got the money. Congrats if you had her. I do think that what we've seen so far, there is a real possibility that the rail is extremely good today. Don't forget the 1 was on the rail the whole way before angling out in the stretch and kind of stalled when she drifted outside. The 8 made looked like a winning move, and she just completely fell apart. Now, she's not that good, and maybe they're lower-level horses, and so she couldn't continue her move. But based on what we've seen so far, I think you want to have horses that are saving ground. We'll see. Maybe I'm wrong. It's only been 2 races. You don't want to go overboard in a bias, but I think there's a real possibility that the inside on this track is a big advantage right now.
This one did have the lead all the way, and you know, good effort from Lady Shylock too, because did have to check out of there early on.
Yep.
Trevor McCarthy made it a little difficult on her.
Glad for Trevor. He's been struggling. Nice to see Trevor get the win. So happy for Trevor to see him get that win. There will be many more to follow. You know, Trevor was so unlucky last year, getting hurt right before they started the winter meet, a time where he can do so well, and he's going to continue to do well. He just, you know, needs to keep riding well, which is what he does.
7-1-2-8. Unofficially posted. It is Crowding Out your winner. Trevor McCarthy, Peter Walder, and a 5-year-old winner by Street Boss gets her 3rd career victory. We're going to take a timeout. We'll talk more Breeders' Cup ahead. Christophe Clement, big invasion, back in big form with that Group 2 win north of the border at Woodbine. We'll take a look at Big Invasion's chances on championship weekend when we come back.
Warfront. This son of Danzig ranks among the world's elite sires. Ranked #1 by percentage of stakes winners, graded stakes winners, and Grade 1 winners. No stallion has a better strike rate. Warfront is the sire of over 100 lifetime stakes winners, including some of the sport's most talented runners both at home and abroad.
Down to the wire, Verstappen.
War Bomber in front, War Bomber. War Bomber's won the King Edward.
Warfront, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Spine-tingling, jaw-dropping, awe-inspiring, Secretariat-like,
Back on America's Day of the Races on our FS2 coverage. Thanks for being with us on this Thursday afternoon. Brought to you in part where you can play it all. Go to NowRaBets.com, get signed up, started, play along. Race 3. And we have not yet had a favorite win through the first 3 races in the card. Trevor McCarthy crowding out. Crowded Lady Shylock a little on the front end and make life difficult from that favorite early on in the race and able to hold on to win gate to wire. Let's go downstairs to Mig.
Yeah, thanks, Greg. And I do believe that was the winning move. Well-named crowding out. You crowded out the favorite, Lady Shylock, just enough within the boundaries of the rules, but it helped you to control the race, and I think certainly made the difference between winning and losing.
Absolutely. You know, Pete kind of gave me other instructions to maybe let the horse go, and you know, with Dylan being on the rail earlier in the first race, I just really wanted to get to it. It looked like a really great part of the track, and I didn't want to sit out in a 2-3 path the whole way, so I thought to be aggressive, and if that horse really wanted to get silly, then I would let him go, but I wanted to kind of earn my spot and get to the rail as quick as I could, and really, this filly's, you know, she shows a lot of turf, or speed on the turf, and I was able to get her a nice 22 and 3 and 46 and change, and kind of let her start opening up at the 5/16 pole and really get busier on the last 8th, and she held on. She really gave me a game effort, so all the credit to the barn, really.
Well, Trevor, you know, you said something very telling, or you got different instructions, but you went ahead and did what you felt was right. It's not an easy thing to do, particularly you've had a tough stretch. It's been a tough meet for you. This is your first winner. How, I mean, how do you just say, I'm going to disregard it and do what I know is best, follow your instincts?
Yeah, just looking on paper, it looked like she was just low in speed, and, you know, the way the meet's been going, and I've been doing my homework, and I've really changed. It's funny because I really changed a lot of things that I thought would really benefit me, and you know, it kind of seems like it wasn't working. I thought, well, I'll go back to doing, you know, what I thought was the wrong thing, and you know, that I thought really would kind of better my career and better me as an athlete. And I said, you know what, I know I'm doing the right thing. I have to believe in myself. I know that I just need the horse. And when I have the horse and I have that faith in myself and that self-confidence, I know I can get it done. And it's just, you know, it's been a bit of a rut. And, you know, Steve Cawthon, he went 0 for 127. So I said, you know what, if I'm 0 for 126, I'm doing okay.
Well, it has to be a great relief, though.
Absolutely, and you know, it's nice. I've been going over to parts and catching a couple winners over there. That kind of been boosting my confidence. So all credit to everybody that's been super supportive through this hard time I'm going through. And you know, it's just nice to see those people still have faith in you, even though you're going through a hard time.
Well, you couldn't have finished any stronger in this one. Well done. Congratulations.
Thanks, Rich.
Guys, all it takes is one to kind of turn everything around. I think we'll be seeing Trevor in the winner's circle with a lot more frequency.
And big props to Trevor, too, because he went against what he was told to do in this race, and it turned out to be the winning move in here, and he made a huge difference with that move, making life tough on the favorite. So, I mean, this race really credit him for the win on crowding out.
You and I are absolutely stunned that the trainer would tell a jockey to rate the lone speed. The advantage that crowding out had was that she was the lone speed, and Trevor was absolutely right to take advantage of that speed. She broke well and to be aggressive. So I'm never surprised when trainers give odd instructions on horses, and I think that's one of the things that's I'm surprised with Peter Walder, though, who knows the value of speed. Why would you possibly rate a lower level horse that's in a controlling position? And also, watching the first race, you knew it wasn't a bad thing to be inside. I'm stunned, and credit to Trevor, and Trevor's going to be fine. I know if I had horses, I'd have no problem riding them. He's a smart rider.
Someone who pays so much attention to how a track's playing, as much as anybody here.
Just been, it was very tough, not only having that serious injury, but missing those bread and butter months. Think of how well he did 2 years ago during the winter, and he really missed an opportunity to have a big winter. Trevor's not going anywhere. He can ride.
We move on to race 4. Race that was meant for the grass. This is the only race taken off the turf on today's card. New York breds, allowance optional, claiming 6 furlong sprint now to the main track. This is going to change, but for some reason, Dream Central is taking money right now, which should not be the case on the surface.
Yeah, she is far away the longest shot on the board looking at multi-race bets. Cali Magic is the horse to beat in here. I don't really like Cousin Christie. I don't bet horses from those tracks coming here, though she's facing New York breds the first time. she does benefit from the surface switch. She is potentially, though, the inside speed, and maybe that's something that will increase her chances to win the race. I don't think on paper she's a factor. She's taking a lot of early money.
Yeah, Bon Barn gets her now. That's the 9. Wins at Lone Star. Remington coming in, getting to this New York circuit for the first time. We're going to talk Breeders' Cup and Big Invasion. Christophe Clement getting back to his winning ways after a tough beat against Caravel earlier this year, and then not many thought would lose that Harvey Pack. Got beat by Thin White Duke, but has put together a pretty incredible record to this point.
But probably had to be a little too close to the pace, and he was coming off of going to Ascot and a sort of questionable move shipping over there, obviously right after running so well in the Jaipur. He's a very good horse, and it's unusual in closing the turf sprinter to have such a strong record. He's hurt by the fact that they're running it in 5 furlongs at Santa Anita. I really don't understand the thinking of having such a great course like the Hill course and running it at 5 furlongs as opposed to 6.5 down the hill, which I think is such a better race. What do I know? And I think for a horse like Big Invasion, he would really benefit if it was down the hill, or even if it was 5.5 or 6 furlongs. 5 furlongs at Santa Anita could be tough for a horse with his style. We'll see if it works out, though, but he's a good horse.
3 for 4, I believe, at 5 furlongs. So still can be effective at that distance. Obviously a different level that he's going to be trying to do it against come Breeders' Cup weekend.
And it was a 7-horse photo that he was able to win. But I think he's a very cool horse. I've been a fan of his since he first started running, and I think he runs well pretty much every time on the racetrack.
Here is his trainer on Big Invasion. His chance is coming up.
I really believe we should enjoy that kind of ground, and the stronger the pace, the better. He had a great race in the Jaipur where he was a bit unlucky, the grade 1 in New York. He just got beat a neck, I think, by Caravel that day, flying in a stretch. He went to Ascot. It took me quite a while to get him back. He ran very well, quite unfit in a race in Saratoga where he just got beat, but he ran well. He improved from the race. He won on the ground, which is not ideal for him, a little bit soft at Woodbine the other day. A very game race where he tried very hard. I think he's a much better horse on firmer turf, which he will get in California.
Group 2, Nearctic when it was a yielding turf course. But again, as you talked about, distance potentially an issue, but I mean, this horse has just produced time and time again with his closing kick.
Christophe is absolutely right. A firmer turf, which he's almost certain to get out in California, is definitely helpful to him. And he's right. It depends how the pace sets up. You know, there were 4 speeds, legit speeds in last year's Breeders' Cup Turf Sprint, and Caravel was able to waltz around the racetrack. When they start rating horses in 5 furlong turf sprints for $1 million, we've really got a problem in this country in racing with a fast pace. He's a big-time player. I agree with Christophe. His Jaipur was a tremendous effort.
11 of his 14 starts, Acacia, he's been first or second with those 8 wins. What can you tell us about him?
Well, having traveled around the world with him, he is a very, very cool horse. And when I caught up with Christophe in Saratoga the other day, he also shared with me how he really wished that this race was down the hill, and he thought that it would suit Big Invasion's running style well. But given the fact that it is 5 furlongs at Santa Anita, the post position will be really key, too, in being able to get the right kind of trip. Those 5/8 race that he won down at Gulfstream are a different animal altogether. But he's back now at peak fitness, and we actually watched that Nearctic win, my husband Miguel and I, at my cousin's wedding. So you can imagine Miguel screaming at that photo finish, but excited for Big Invasion to be back on track and tackling the big ones in the Breeders' Cup Turf Sprint.
And they're off. Pretty close up in the early stages as the field approaches the quarter pole, and it's Gunite trying to fend off Elite Power, who's motoring like a big chestnut tank on the outside, and Elite Power and Gunite. Elite Power got him right on the money in 109.22 seconds.
Early, the classic sire.
When it comes to horse racing, you can never have too much information. With Twin Spires, you can place your bets with confidence. Whether you use handicapping insights, like our Brisnet speed ratings, prime power and past performances, the guidance of our experts' top picks, or just choose a name that catches your eye. Yes! No matter how you pick your horse, bet with Twin Spires. Start earning your $200 sign-up bonus when you sign up with offer code GET200.
The momentum continues for War Dancer as War Smoke delivers at Finger Lakes.
War Smoke in front, another one for Andre Worry.
Barrage runs down the field at Saratoga.
Here's Barrage with a final surge. Barrage got him.
And Born Dancer goes wire to wire, outlasting all comers.
It's going to get close. Be of Courage coming inside. Born Dancer. Photo finished.
Shouldn't you have a War Dancer? War Dancer, proud to stand in New York.
There's a big, bold, beautiful world waiting to be explored by you and your friends, of course. But not just any friends, the best of friends. The kind of friends who let you do you. Because in this world, it's positive vibes only. And when you get in the zone here, you stay a while. These aren't just good times, they're the best of times. And your time is now. So come explore. Resorts World.
Covering almost 300 acres near the borders of Vermont and Massachusetts, New Hill Farm was established in 1984 by the parents of current owner Lily Kobielski. She says she's guided by one principle.
It's got to be all about the horse. You know, everything we do is to make sure that we're raising healthy, happy racehorses.
That's me. Lily's husband, Maciek Kobielski, is a famous fashion and portrait photographer. Lily is both a photographer and freelance writer whose work has appeared in Vogue and the New York Times. It's not surprising that they love living surrounded by beauty at the farm that Lily took over from her mother a few years ago. And they believe it's a good place to raise both children and horses.
You know, we'll have as much as 45 horses at the farm at a time, which gets a little crazy.
Lily grew up riding and showing hunters and says her children appear to have inherited her love for horses. Whatever path they follow, New Hill Farm will always be a farm.
Very committed to conservation, so all of the farm is protected as farmland. And about 70 of the acres are fenced off for the horses.
Back with you on America's Day at the Races. For more info on the New York Thoroughbred Breeding and Development Fund, you can go to nybreds.com. Welcome to those who just joined us on Bally Sports SoCal and San Diego. Those already with us on FS2. Greg Wolf, Andy Serling. We have Richard Migliori with us as well. Acacia Clement, the whole crew. And we're moving into race 4. We have not had a favorite yet win on this card today.
No, we saw some big upsets in the first couple of races, with Second Choice getting it done in the last race. Good to see our friend Trevor McCarthy get his first win, and a logical favorite in the MTO as this race is off the turf. But there's some potential other players. Cussin Christie taking a lot of money, and she does project to be the inside speed. And so far today in the 2 dirt races, and only 2, we've seen inside runners do very well.
This the only race on today's card taken off the turf. So main track here. Go ahead.
Isn't Rebo's Valentine an insane overlay at 6-1 right now in this race?
Yes. That will.
I mean, on paper, isn't she the second likeliest winner here?
Yeah, I completely agree with you. 4-5 favorite, though, on the one to beat outside. That is Colleen Magic. Let's head downstairs to Acacia Clement.
And we'll take a look at a couple of horses that I think are big players in here, including Cali Magic. But starting things off with the 6, Temperamental, who is coming in off of a couple of main track races, including a distant third last time out. I noticed did hesitate a little bit at the break, and she's very sharp here in the paddock, having been bred at New Hill Farm. We just saw that feature on, and she was kept pretty quiet in the saddling stall for quite a while. Just came out and started walking around with the rest of the field, and while she was in the saddling stall, kind of tossing her head around a little bit. And typically that kind of forward energy is what you see of horses that will want to be forward, but sometimes it's also that maybe they haven't been able to channel that energy so well, and maybe her not getting out of the gate as quickly as she could be a piece of that. So we'll see what she does cutting back in distance. I definitely think that she will be suited going shorter. She's built much more like a sprinter, temperature. And as we get into some cooler months, though it's beautiful out today, you like to see that their coat is doing well, and she's dappled out from head to toe. As far as the new face Cousin Christy does go, obviously I have nothing to compare to because I haven't seen her on this circuit before, but she is a big, robust daughter of Cantharos. And typically in the pedigree in Cantharos, they carry their weight and their conditioning well. She is facing New York breds for the first time. It's a curious move. She doesn't really look the fittest coming in here. Like I said, I don't know if that's just typical of her. She's very sharp and definitely forward, acting like a horse that should show speed like she has previously, moved up to chase the pace setter, and I think should be forward in here today. As far as the 12 Kali Magic does go, first off, the claim for Linda Rice, always a dangerous move. She is one that I'm well familiar with, and she does carry her weight and condition. She is a big gal, but she's also second off the layoff as well. And I thought last time out when she got bumped on either side, she was asked hard. She just never looked comfortable throughout the running of that race when taken out of her comfort zone. I think she has very good races to go back on. And if she can kind of get into her stride now, second off the bed of a layoff and find her best form, she is a big player in here, Greg.
Acacia, thank you. Yeah, and she's a 4-5 favorite. Our post parade starts with Dream Central, who does not appear to have much ability on dirt.
Yeah, I guess Gary Knot's taking a shot. Gary Siaka taking a shot. Glad he left her in here, but she's going to have to prove on the dirt.
Temperamental 7-1 with a Rat Ortiz
She's
Jr.
not impossible. I mean, she's got dirt races, and I like the cutback and distance for her. She's an overlay.
Surprised she's a bigger price in this one.
I agree.
Here's the 10, Rebos Valentine.
Yeah, the 9 went by. We'll get to her. I think she's a massive overlay. To be honest with you, I was deciding who to pick between her and the 10 and 12, and I think she's in good form. Was wide last time, and the rail was good.
And here is Kali Magic. Rebos Valentine finished ahead of her, but she had trouble.
Yeah, she had legit trouble in there, and she ran very, very well and was wide. She's a major player in here, but I don't think she's 4-5 versus the 6-1 and the 10. And right now, in my opinion, the value is, and it's early, this odd could change a lot, is betting against Cousin Christy at 3-1. Having said that, maybe she's the main speed and maybe the track will help her a little bit, but I have trouble taking a horse that's only been running at tracks like Louisiana Downs, Lone Star, and Remington Park, coming here in New York bred. And also, the Connections wanted to run her on the turf. That was their intention. She has no turf pedigree. So it makes me wonder what they've seen from her since they've gotten her on the dirt. Because looking at her, wouldn't you want to run her in a New York bred race on the dirt?
Yeah, and it's not like, oh, they threw her into the body of this race hoping it came off.
Right.
They were working her on the turf. Yeah.
Well, Sarah Aubadwi, who works with us, was saying she talked to them and they were wanting to run her on the turf. Yeah. And I think that's a negative because she's not really bred for it, and her dirt races are the ones that made her a contender. I'm not saying she's impossible, the number 9 Cousin Christy, but I think at 3, especially versus the 10 at 6-1. I don't know how you look at these two and think that she's twice as likely to win as the 10, or even, frankly, more likely to win.
Having said that, we haven't seen a favorite win yet, but the Kali Magic with a clean trip looks like she could end that streak of having no favorites yet. Pick 6, by the way, starts here. You see that current pool. 3-5, though.
That's
is getting a little short.
Yeah, it's not, she's had advantageous circumstances when she's won. She's been able to control slow-paced races. She is funny, right? Her wins are 6-1 and 5-1. She loses at 2-1. She loses at 2-1. She loses at 5-2. She loses at 7-5. It's kind of worse that you want to take a bigger price on it, right?
And I don't even want to put her in the winner's circle by doing this, but I don't see how Dream Central's even at 7-1 right now, the 3.
Forgetting about that, Kali Magic just went to 2-5. Now, I know she lost, but Chili Flag was 2-5. On paper, she seemed like a much, much more likely winner. And, I know it's an off-the-turf race, and she's an MTO. But the 9 and 10 are both dirt horses that were trying the turf for the first time. So they have some dirt form, and Temperamental, well, she seems to be equi-talented on the 2 surfaces, but she's actually her best races are on the dirt. And I think Temperamental, who has, I believe Irad's still riding. Is Irad on the 12? Did he somehow pick up the mount on that horse? I think it's Manny, right? Isn't that Manny's mount? No, it's Jose Ortiz. Ortiz. I mean, Temperamental is an awfully big price here, isn't she? What?
Yeah, I don't quite understand it. She is going to be coming from off the pace a little bit.
No,
And
I
is
don't.
that potentially with the way the track's been playing today, part of the reason?
Yes, I think it's not great for, but it's not great for any of them. I mean, it's only helpful in 9. And she's the only one potentially will be helped, I would think, if the rail is really good. But I just think the prices, I mean, I understand they're all skewed because somebody's betting way too much on the 10, and probably the 12, goes up to 4 to 5 or even money by post time, you would think.
Well, it's still this one here, way too delicious a price at 7 to 1. We'll see if it remains that way with more. Let's go to Acacia.
Yeah, you're definitely going to get some big prices in here. And I'm going to take a shot with Temperamental, who I thought had a big warm-up out there on the track. But as far as Rebos Valentine is concerned, comes out of that second place finish behind Security Cody. We talked about the trouble that Cali Magic did have in that race. But Rebos Valentine had been running good races on the main track. She's a dirt horse. She was sharp in here. Second last time out, she was kind of in a chasing spot early, but I thought overall she's been a very consistent runner. And for Ray Handel coming in, this is the type that has some tactical speed. If maybe with a horse like I like with Temperamental, you're concerned about the type of setup that she does get in this race, I don't think I don't think Rebos Valentine is one that's going to be affected by that. She's very tractable, and given her energy level, given the warm-up that I saw from her, it seems like Katie Davis is going to break running and have her in a good spot where she can really kind of play to the hand that's dealt to her with how the race plays out. Maybe sometimes it's just as simple as looking at a horse like that who will not necessarily be impacted by pace dynamics or how the track could be playing, Greg.
All right, Acacia, thank you. 2 minutes to post coming up here in this fourth, the only race on today's card, again, taken off the turf. And slowly, this price starting to come down here on Rebos Valentine.
Right. It feels like they may end up being 6 to 5 and 2 to 1, or even money in 2 to 1 or something by post time. At 3 to 5 versus 7 to 2, I would bet on Rebos Valentine if somebody said I had to bet the race. I would not bet Cali Magic, who I picked on top. I make my picks well ahead of time, and I have to stay with my picks. I can't change them. That doesn't mean that I think the value is right at 3 to 5, and I think at the current odds, Rebos Valentine's a better bet. As she just dripped up to 4 to 1. I'm sorry, she went down. I was looking at the 9, who had drifted up.
Yeah, Rebos Valentine steadily starting to come down, and you would think the 10 and 12 are going to be a little bit closer when the gates open here in a race that kicks off this pick 6. Next race appears like, who knows? And that's going to start the late pick 5, but of course part of this pick 6 as well. Trying to narrow down, difficult in this sequence. We talked about that feature a little bit earlier on, that Glen Cove, where Dance Macabre is going to take a lot of money in here. We both thought 2 very interesting out-of-town shippers. Future is now, Personal Pursuit. They're both probably going to be prices in that race.
I think there'll be fair enough price in there. I think Personal Pursuit is one of these horses that if you look at the 2 6-furlong turf races, she's a much better horse than she may look with all these other maybe wrong distance, wrong surface races clouding her form. She had a real trip in the Matron last year, and Future is now. If she can run the kind of race she ran at 5 furlongs last time, at 6 furlongs, she's going to be a handful. And Dance Macabre, though, she's a solid horse, and I think a horse that you don't want to take lightly, and she's a legitimate favorite in there.
So interesting card. A lot of it still to come here. Pick 6 begins, and this one coming up, 3 to 5 favorite, though, is Cali Magic. Bumped legitimate issues in that race last time out at Saratoga when Rebos Valentine finished ahead of her, and as a result of that public thinking with the clean break today, it's going to be a different story, which very likely could be the case.
She has the horse to beat. I think the 9's chance.
And she could be forward, too.
Yeah, she shouldn't be that far behind, but the 9 should be in front. And Javier's supposed to take advantage of it. And, you know, if the rail is as big advantage as it possibly seems based on the first couple of dirt races, then that elevates the 9's chances. I'm not a fan of hers, but obviously she has a lot of fans. The horse to me, though, that's an overlay is the 10 Rebos Valentine. I don't understand her 9 to 2 odds at all. I think she makes a lot of sense in this race.
So there is the new face on the circuit moving to the Jimmy Bond barn after racing at Lone Star, Louisiana Downs, and Remington. 2 wins the last 3 starts, wants to be forward. Is that speed out of town going to be able to be the pace, though, in this race? Because there's still Rebos Valentine, not slow. Cali Magic has some races where she's been up front or even on the lead 2 starts back.
No, I think that's very fair. I think that's fair. I mean, I don't trust her at all, the 9. I think people like her as the potential speed. Maybe a New York bred trying for New York breds for the first time. We'll see.
So here we go. First leg of this pick 6 on our Thursday card. That's the biggest price on the board right there. It's 10-1. Dream Central, who's 3 dirt starts. She has not shown much on this surface. More of a turf horse, but staying in here for this Yakka barn with Manny Franco. Let's go upstairs. First leg of this pick 6. John Imbrial with the call.
Race 4 on the main track. It's an off the turfer as Temperamental goes in. So we're waiting for Cousin Christie, Rebo's Valentine, and the favorite, Cody Magic. Cousin Christie now moving in. Rebo's Valentine right into the starting gate, and Kelly Magic will be the last to load. Field of 5 as we start the pick 6. And we are all set. And they're off. And it is Temperamental who will go out for the lead. Cousin Christie now moving up to challenge. There goes Cousin Christie to grab the lead. Kelly Magic is on the outside, and down at the rail is Temperamental. Then comes Rebo's Valentine, who's racing in 4th, and Dream Central is the trailer in 5th. Cousin Christie leads here by a full length, with the odds-on favorite Kelly Magic giving chase in 2nd. The opening quarter went in 22-2. Temperamental runs in 3rd, followed by Rebo's Valentine, 7 lengths back to Dream Central as the field races around the far turn with Cousin Christie in front here by a half length. Kali Magic on the outside is next in 2nd, followed by Rebo's Valentine. Temperamental is down at the rail. The half went in 45-3. Now 3 of them across. It is Cousin Christie. Temperamental down at the rail. Kali Magic is being asked for more. Not responding right now as they come down for the 16th pole. Here comes Temperamental up the rail to grab the lead, and Temperamental is on to victory here at odds of 6-1 as we start the pick 6.
Temperamental up the fence for the win, and the way the track's been playing today,
it's a gold rail. It's not just a gold rail. It's a track that is severely hampering horses that are trying to move wide, because the wide runners are just completely falling apart. Unless you just think that Cali Magic and the 10 in here, Rebo's Valentine, just stink. But, I mean, the 9 stayed in the rail, drifted off of it, rode the rail most of the way. I read never left the rail on a ridiculous overlay at 6-1.
Want to stay closer, especially if you have the ability in the front to be wherever you want.
Yeah, sometimes they tire and drift a little bit. I'm not really sure. I don't want to blame Javier too much. You would think he would want to stay in the rail, but this horse on the rail every step of the way, and just crazy that this horse is twice the price of the 9.
Yeah.
And 6-1, we all talked about her being an overlay. She was an overlay.
6, 9, 12, 10, 6-1. Acacia Clement, nice selection here. Temperamental, Rob Atras. Another upset on pick 5 now with 1 leg remaining. That should be pretty phenomenal for those few that remain alive going into the last leg coming up.
You've navigated this sequence and you've gotten alive. I really hope you win, because you deserve to win, because this is a very, very tough sequence to be alive.
6-1 winner. First of the day for Arad Ortiz Jr. We'll have the prices when we come back, and we'll get into the first leg of the late pick 5 right after this in our FS2 coverage.
Drain the Clock will win, and win by as much as he wants. He'll win by 6 in the end.
It is Drain the Clock who will bound home the winner in the Bay Short. Drain the Clock, Jockey's Warrior, a terrific finish in the Woody Stevens that goes to Drain the Clock by a head.
Experience the adrenaline-pumping, suspense-filled action of the Sport of Kings no matter where you are with Naira Bets. It's fast, easy, and secure. Download the app today and start winning with our lucrative weekly promotions, thrilling handicapping contests, and a one-of-a-kind VIP rewards program. Don't just watch horse racing, be a part of the action with Naira Bets. Back on America's Day of the Races on our FS2 coverage. And your winner in race 4, Temperamental. Rob Atras claimed this one this summer, Saratoga, off of Chris Engelhardt. And now into the winner's circle for the 4th career winner, Rad Ortiz Jr. on board this 4-year-old filly, who returns $14.40 for the win.
Who says Irad's over betting every race?
Not this one by any stretch. 6, 9, 12, 10. Let's go to Acacia.
And I'm happy to be joined by winning trainer Rob Atras. As Rob, Temperamental, she seems to run well on either surface. And you said kind of got lucky actually with it coming off the off the turf today because she ran so well on the main track.
I think so. I mean, obviously the way she ran today, but you know, with getting a bunch of scratches and you know, that was a pretty tough race on turf. So I do think we were fortunate today.
It did seem that she appreciated a little bit less distance too. I saw Irad warm her up pretty aggressively out on the track.
Yeah, no, we were thinking that she probably 6 furlongs is probably best for her, whether it was turf or dirt. We weren't exactly sure yet. You know, she ran a sloppy track and then obviously the stake before that. So we were really just trying to figure out what was the best, you know, the distance for her. And I think obviously 6 furlongs it is.
It seems you want to be on the inside on the rail today, and she certainly got a dream trip given that with Irad really staying close to the inside and sneaking up the rail late.
Yeah, no, it was a great ride by Irad. You know, broke her really sharp, put her in the race, and then, you know, obviously the rail's really good today, so that helped.
Well, congratulations. Nice win.
Thank you.
Rob Atras finding a good spot for Temperamental, Greg.
And fortunate, too, it came off the turf and able to work out this victory here. Prices continue to roll in, and we got the final leg of this early pick 5. We have the late pick 5 starting in this next race as well, and it is probably, would you say, the most wide open race on this card today?
I mean, judging by the results we've had so far, maybe they were all wide open. It is a tough race to have a strong opinion. Kadula is the worst to beat. She does project. He does to be the inside speed in here probably, so that's going to be helpful. I preferred the One a Night's Courage, so it doesn't hurt to have the inside 2 horse, the logicals, and they are the only 2 pick 5s that are in 4-figure range. The biggest pick 5 is over 50,000, I think the 5. Hope if you're alive, and they're all covered, obviously, good luck. You deserve it.
Well, Dylan Davis, he's going to be on a first-timer in this race coming up, riding against his sister, who you just saw on King Cully, another firster, and her husband will be outside on Seba M. We'll have their story when we come back.
History remembers moments of extraordinary strength, skill, determination. True greatness is forged by those who fulfill their destiny.
Now more than ever, it's time to get with the program. When shopping for your next race prospect, consider that New York breds start with an advantage. Our New York breds run for serious green. At Saratoga Race Meet, New York bred maidens run for up to $88,000. New York bred allowance horses run for up to $100,000. And New York bred owners can collect awards of up to $20,000 per horse per race. So get back with the program. Seriously.
Introducing Venezuelan Hug, the tenacious, towering son of Constitution, now standing in New York. After breaking his maiden at Gulfstreet, he dispatched Cityman and Allowance Company at Saratoga, going on to 6 wins in 10 starts, finishing with 3 straight stakes victories, including the Grade 3 Canadian Turf. Now a versatile sire, complementing any mare with size, looks, and athleticism that's been called the best-kept secret in New York. Venezuelan Hug, standing at Mill Creek Farm. Visit millcreeksaratoga.com to book your mare today.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
You had to have a very understanding woman that is behind you and will support you 110%. And I prayed, God, please, there's got to be one out there. And she was at the roller skating rink. She said she climbed the tree in 1973 and watched Secretariat win in her backyard at the quarter pole at Belmont. I was like, wow, you climbed a tree? We got married and we had 2 little girls. And I said, I don't care if you have a dozen. We had 3 boys and 3 girls.
I have an older sister with 3 lovely little girls, and my sister Jockey that rides here at Finger Lakes. I have a brother, Robbie Jr., and then Eddie that is working for Billy Mont right now. Then it's me, and then my little brother Dylan. Big family.
I'm the oldest of everybody that's on the track.
The younger daughter says, wow, she can do it, I can do it, I know I can.
I'm the youngest in the family. I was second one. It was a pretty easy choice, because knowing that Dad rode, and I had my own little personal coach to teach me along the way.
My dad wasn't exactly thrilled about me being racing.
Jackie, you're 99 to 1. You'll never make it. You're this big.
So he was really, really hard on me.
She went to McCarran's jockey school. I said, Chris, look, you know, it's just a whim she's on. You know, she'll fall off once or twice. And then, so he calls me at Christmas, says, Rob, she's good. She's really good. I said, Chris, come on. He's like, no, Rob, she can ride. I'm going, oh, brother.
We're very competitive, so we tease a lot.
There was bragging rights, you know, and sometimes some people don't take it better than others.
All of us have ridden in a race before, and I've won most of them.
We will do anything to beat each other for any position we're in. It doesn't matter if it's last.
Yeah, it's hard. I don't know who to root for, you know? I'm just like, get across there and say, the winning is everything.
If I can't win the race, I want to beat my siblings.
It's kind of like they're in the backyard, but they just moved over here. And this is their backyard.
I look over, I'm like, wow, this is pretty cool. Like, I never thought that we would actually be here together, you know, enjoying the moment.
We want to beat each other, but we wanted to see each other do well.
It's always tough competition when we're out there, and we have a lot of fun.
They are having a great time. They are absolutely love every bit of what they're doing. They absolutely love it.
I think my dad is proud.
To be able to follow in his footsteps, he's really proud. He kind of paved the way for us, and he knows that we love doing this sport.
It's beyond proud. It's just beyond it. They have outshined me in everything that I ever dreamed of. It's grateful, you know, I'm grateful.
Oh, it's such a cool story. You know, obviously, we've seen it a lot on this program, but to have three siblings battle against each other on the same circuit. We're going to see Katie and Dylan, brother and sister, in this upcoming race, and Katie's husband as well, Trevor McCarthy. The unique situation.
Being overrun by Davises around here. They're all doing well, and it's nice to see them. All very likable people as well.
Well, this fifth race starts the late pick five. What do you think about, I mean, obviously, it's a bit of a guessing game with their mounts in here. They're both first-time starters.
I picked 1, 2, 3, 4 here, which means I left out the three first-time stars, even though this is a race where you look at it, you think, I'd like to take a firster in here based on what we've seen from those that have run.
Well, Dylan Davis, very much looking forward to championship weekend. He is going to be riding for Christophe Clement, Carson's Run, who we got to see debut at Saratoga this summer and has done very little wrong in 3 starts.
No, Carson's Run feels like a real player, at least from the American horses, heading towards the Breeders' Cup. The race up in Canada was very, very good. You have to be impressed by that. We'll see what he does. And obviously, it's going to depend a lot on how the Euros do coming over here, because they probably have the better 2-year-old turf horses. Who will they be sending over? We'll find out. The pre-entries come out a week from yesterday. 6 days. We're getting there.
Here's a look at the victory in this Group 1 Summer Stakes after that narrow defeat to the filly for Mott Galibrand at Saratoga.
Yeah, no, I thought ran well in that race as well. And Galibrand making that last move, got a nice trip in here, saving ground, angling out that long, wide stretch at Woodbine. I just love that turf course at Woodbine. How can you not? Outside the synthetic course, I was going to say dirt course, and ran a big figure, I think an 85 buyer, which is a very big number for 2-year-olds. You don't see the 2-year-olds running those kind of figures. If he can transfer that form to California, I think he's a big 80 buyer, excuse me, thank you, Greg. But even so, a solid form and could be Christophe's second Breeders' Cup winner. It's amazing that Christophe just won his first Breeders' Cup race.
But great that he finally broke through. It was a great story. And this horse, yeah, very well, may be another one. Let's hear from Christophe on this 2-year-old Son of Cupid.
Last race was very impressive. He won well coming from out of it. He's been training well since, and he's an exciting horse to take to the Breeders' Cup. I think he's a precocious 2 years old. I think he's very good mentally. We know he likes to come from off the pace. I think we'll enjoy a strong pace, which he will find in the Breeders' Cup. He's been training well with us on good ground or firm ground, and he's been pretty easy to train, and the whole thing is working out.
Well, let's go back to Acacia for more. Carson's Run, obviously a great story with his horse as well.
It certainly is. Greg, named in honor of one of the West Point partners, Wade. His son, Carson, has actually the same rare disease that we got to learn about through the Cody's Wish story that Cody Dorman does. So always a wonderful opportunity to highlight certain families going through specific struggles and a story of hope as well. But as far as Carson's Run, the horse, is concerned, this was a horse that we picked up at the OBS 2-year-old sale. And I remember discussing with my husband, Miguel, about the fact that he was a Cupid. And he thought maybe going long on turf wasn't necessarily what was going to be the key for him. But he's a horse that's really come to hand. Yes, he was precocious and he was able to win first time out. But with that big improvement in the summer and the way that he's been training at his base up in Saratoga, he's really kind of found his best stride and found his form too. And it's fun as he is actually stabled in Saratoga throughout the summer next to a horse that we all know I'm very fond of in Soldier Rising. You better watch if you bring your coffee cup around the barn, because Carson's Run will go after it. He's a very inquisitive, very kind, very gentle, very intelligent horse to be around, and it's been fun seeing how he's really finding his best stride, I think, at the right time, Greg.
Oh, he's just become my new favorite horse if he's a Java fan. Carson's Run, we will see in the Breeders' Cup, and Dylan Davis going to get an opportunity to ride him. So obviously exciting for him to get a big opportunity like that. Meanwhile, this is a look at the one Dylan will ride in the upcoming race. First-time starter for Chris Engelhardt.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know anything about the first-time starters. I respect Chris Engelhardt as a trainer. This horse's pedigree is not exactly screaming with good runners, but has found the right field to be competitive if he's not that good.
7-1. On the 2-year-old Son of More Spirit, as we take a look at one of a few inside with experience, and this is one with the most experience. 8-5 favorite Cadula for Rudy Rodriguez.
And you'd like to see Louis Rivera be aggressive here and try to secure the lead with this runner. Just ran a mile. A mile was too far. Showed speed and understandably tired. Drops down, finds the right spot. Does come back on short rest. Only 6 days ago and ran. And if that concerns you, maybe he's vulnerable. And in this field, he looks like the one to beat. I preferred the one Knight's Courage, whose first races sprinting were fast enough for me. And I hope that Jose Gomez stays towards the inside.
Didn't think we'd see anyone at 8-5 in this race.
Yeah, this is kind of what we were talking about earlier, Greg, where there's just no forum to go on. So it's like people are just jumping on the bandwagon of the favorite in here. And, man, I mean, Cadula, I get is the horse to beat, but this is a tough horse to want to take a short price on. I mean, anybody in here. You and I, we see racing in similar ways where we're looking to find horses at better prices. And to jump on this guy at 8-5, I don't know.
Let's head back down to Acacia.
Yeah, there's not too much to sink your teeth into in this race. As far as Cadula is concerned, I was in the paddock for his race 2 back when he ran on the turf, and I wasn't crazy about the surface, but I did like him sprinting. And while he has a little bit of size and substance to him, he's built downhill in that he's got a shorter back, very rounded in his hindquarters, a little bit more compact in his frame, leading me to believe that shorter might actually be better for him. So as far as the class drop and the cutback and distance, I think that those are all things that help him. He comes back on 6-day rest. Again, wasn't in the paddock for his most recent effort. He's very laid back here in the paddock, but that's kind of how he's been all along throughout his career so far, and maybe he just will find his friends, so to speak, today. As far as the one, A Knight's Courage, he's one that has improved mentally. Seeing him up in Saratoga, he kind of ran off on the track, very, very green with the pony in the past. He's been pretty tough in the paddock before, and while he definitely was energetic when he first came in here, he's much more focused now that he's had races under his belt. I too like him getting a little bit less ground and going back to the sprint distances. He was part of an early pace last time out, going long on the turf where BD Saints was just much the best. And I have to say, A Knight's Courage is probably just overall the best looking horse in here. He carries his weight, his coat looks terrific. Maybe he'll just also find a good spot in here, and I like the cutback and distance for him. As far as the 4, One with Everything, looking at notes from his debut, he was very bad to get the tack on. Very, very green first time out. Now, he is one, in comparison to the other 2 I just talked about, that has actually run for a maiden claiming tag, dropping in class last time out when finishing 4th. And he just had no speed and kind of ran and placed and also never switched leads. So they saddled him in here with the pony. He was better once he got the tack on. But I just think throughout the running at the race and even in the preliminaries, he's still figuring things out mentally, Greg.
All right, Acacia, thank you. Our post parade here coming up, just over $100,000, and this pick 5 pool will begin with one of the runners with experience here, A Knight's Courage. Drops in for a tag for the first time.
My top choice, and have to like now, the rail's been playing well, probably stays inside. And I like getting back to sprinting on the dirt in a field like this, drops down like the 2.
Speed going longer, dropping class. Has shown some sprint speed as well, Cadula.
Yeah, I mean, he seems to be a logical horse, and you'd like to think this horse is going to get an aggressive ride, which probably will work very well in here.
Smile takes charge. Charlie Baker, blinkers on.
Took no money against much tougher first time out and did 0 running, but the drop down could help.
One with Everything dropped to this level last start, was a distant 4th.
Yeah, I mean, but did run a buyer figure that's easily competitive with these, so shouldn't be discounted.
Solo in Paris was 21-1 at this level in the debut.
Yeah, a little hard to take this one even in this spot.
Stay the same here, running lucky.
I was going to say ditto.
And then the first-time starters outside. Here's King Kali, Katie Davis.
Well, Kali Magic had no magic, but can King Kali. And these are the same original connections. I think the same breeders.
Yeah, Chris Engelhardt and her brother Dylan on Mork.
Yeah, from Ork.
Not
spelled
Mindy.
correctly,
There's a
but
Q here. And then Seba M, Trevor McCarthy, Katie's husband, on board this first-timer.
Just killed that. Trainer is 0 for 6 with first-time starters and maiden claimers in the dirt, with 1 hitting the board, so small sample size and first foal. But it is distorted humor, which is a pretty good sire in a race like this.
So 14 to 1, 8 to 1, 12 to 1 on those 3 first-time starters to the outside. Coverage coming up this weekend of the 102nd Far Hills Race Meet. Premier event in a steeplechase game featuring the American Grand National. For more, let's go to Acacia.
And very much looking forward to being back at Far Hills on Saturday. I had the opportunity to go last year, and looks like, fingers crossed, the rain will disperse throughout the afternoon as we get ready for Saturday's card at Far Hills, and the Grand National carded a little bit later on because, surprise, there's rain in the forecast this weekend. But setting up for what's promising to be another tremendous day of racing, of course, highlighted that by that Grand National, where we'll see a snap decision in his 3rd outing in the race, can finally pick up that elusive Grand National where he didn't fire in this race last year. He's been a fan favorite. And it's interesting because they're all carrying equal weights in the Grand National, whereas he was carrying 20 pounds more than the winner of that Lonesome Glory, Mary Maker, last time out, and they will rematch on Saturday. But it's just a really festive atmosphere. People tailgate. It's very impressive setups too, like a full bar, a full charcuterie spread. I know Richie Migliori, who got a chance to be reporting last year, was sampling pretty much all of the setups around. But it's just such a great atmosphere and a great day of racing, and really excited to have the opportunity to experience it once again, Greg.
Well, everyone looking forward to it. It's a social event of that area. And if you follow steeplechase racing, it is the premier weekend in the sport. And we're going to have live coverage all Saturday afternoon long. Our coverage begins 12:30 Eastern on Fox Sports this Saturday.
And Rich and Acacia going again. I'm not sure. I hope it rains a little bit on their parade. What do you think? I'm kidding. A little.
Wow.
I was kind of hoping the Black Cloud would follow the MiG around and everybody else would enjoy nice weather. Sort of like a Peanuts thing, No,
it's
like
a wild
It seems
scene.
like a fun time. They had a great time last year.
Yeah.
And I do not hope that it rains. I hope that it's nice weather and everybody enjoys what's a really fun
We knew
day.
you were kidding. Snap decision back in action.
Really?
Yeah.
After his last race, a little surprised. Wonder if we do a swan song. What do you think?
Could be 9 years old now.
Well, you can't run here. 10-year-old.
4 minutes to post. First leg of the slate, pick 5 coming up, at an 8-5 favorite. Kadula has shown speed sprinting, speed going longer last start of this horse. You got to think anywhere near close to the lead is going to be very tough.
Yeah, this feels like a good race to be in front. Now, listen, we don't know. Maybe there's a bullet firster. Probably not. And we'll see how aggressive. Listen, I mean, it's possible the 6 could have some speed, showed some, but that was going a mile last time. In all likelihood, you'd think the Kadula will be in front in this race, and it's going to give him an advantage. Cutting back in distance, getting some more easier company, all of those things make him the favorite in here. But this is a tough horse to take 6-5. I mean, you look at his PPs and you go, is the field so bad that I need to take 6 or 7-5 in this horse? And that's why I prefer the 1. But he's no great shakes either. He's 3-1 right now.
Meanwhile, second-time starter, the 3, Smile takes charge. Equipment change for trainer Charlie Baker. For more, let's go to Acacia.
And Greg, he did absolutely no running first time out. He was off slow and just then never was really had anything to offer. But he drops right in for the 30,000, and shortcut blinkers do go on. I didn't see him first time out, but he looks to me like the frame of a horse that would have benefited from a race. There's not a lot of substance to him, and probably having a start under his belt, he could have strengthened up a little bit. But one thing that I like is that Manny Franco gave him a big warm-up. He broke right away from the pony. He moved really nicely out there. And I think that that's key to kind of being able to get him into a good spot. We've talked about how the track is playing today, and especially for a 2-year-old that didn't break well first time out, I like when I see that kind of warm up and an intention from the rider to get them to break cleanly and get into position. Maybe he can step forward in his second start.
Yeah, I mean, so many times that debut race, you can just forget it. It's a learning experience, and we'll see if that's the case here with Smiles Take Charge. Obviously going to get a lot easier company as well, and the equipment change.
Yeah, no, he's the wild card in here, the 3, Smile Takes Charge. I mean, I don't like he didn't take any money first time out, and he didn't do any running at all, but drop down, second time out, could see a completely different performance by this horse, and he's certainly got an excellent trainer and rider. Got Manny Franco riding for Charlie Baker, and Charlie Baker's one of those trainers that just his horses deliver. He's a terrific trainer.
Cup 25, that promo to use to get that $25 free play and that $200 deposit match sign-up bonus at NYRABets.com. Get you sorted for today's action, Breeders' Cup and beyond.
Even money.
Wow, very difficult race to make anybody even money in this spot. We'll see.
I'm with you.
And again, keep our eyes on who can be forward and who can stick to the inside.
Yeah, I mean, so far we have seen the inside be an advantage, and we're seeing horses that are trying to make outside moves for the most part, floundering out there. Now, listen, they haven't been the most competitive of races, and you don't want to go too crazy, but right now, man, it does seem like the inside's a real advantage. The first race hinted at it, frankly, and it's continued to suggest that. We'll see as the race goes on. There's only one more dirt race, though, after this. The 6th is on the turf, the 8th is on the turf, and the 9th is, so we'll see what happens.
And the tricky thing, to even when you feel like you know you have an advantage, finding out who's going to get there to that point where there is the advantage, not so easy to determine.
For me, biases are more for playing on or against horses going forward, as you say. It's not always that easy to be sure who's going to get that kind of trip. And, okay, so Kadula figures to be the speed. He's currently 4 to 5. I don't care what you think of this potential bias right now. Do you really want to take 4 to 5 on him?
No. And then just guessing game with the family connection of the 3 first-time starters outside. 19 to 1, 9 to 1, and 20 to 1.
It's taking no money whatsoever, and you would think if they liked him at all, this is the kind of field you wouldn't mind betting a few shekels.
Yeah, as you said, feels like ripe for potentially a first-time starter, but nothing to suggest. And we don't know. Maybe they can run, but a whole lot. Obviously, being dropped into this level, they've not shown a ton of talent for the debut. Pick 5 pool, 170,000. Still a few moments to grow even larger. Short price on Kadula, who we expect to see forward. As we see Jose Gomez and the Knight's Courage about to step in line. I mean, of those who've run, right, who was that getting away?
I don't know.
Try and get you an update. Being told that was the 5. Solo in Paris.
They catch him.
And there it is. Outrider already caught up to him. Yep.
So it wasn't a loose horse. The rider's still on.
Just saw the horse kind of.
But he wasn't
spring through the screen. Yeah.
But the rider's still on.
Yeah.
Okay. Misinformation. We apologize.
So 54 to 1 shot.
I think that probably makes him like 58 to 1. What do you think, Craig?
Heading back. This horse got a decent ways away as we take a look here.
I don't see him. Where is he?
Yeah, it's trotting back right now. There's a long way to go on that shoot back there.
Well, I'm glad we'll get a little delay to this race because we need a little extra time. Starts the late pick 5. Yeah, he's close enough.
All right, so with that right now, 4 to 5 Kadula. But what I was getting to, I mean, it doesn't appear to be anyone else of those who've run. And we don't know what we're going to get from, as you talked about, the 3's kind of the X factor. Blinkers are going on. But any who's shown any other speed?
No.
Who've run?
No. They've shown no speed. Now, that's no one suggesting that Kadula is a bullet. But based on what we've seen, it's probably the fastest of any. I suppose Running Lucky could be a little forward. We'll see if Gomez could show some speed. But this horse doesn't have a lot of speed. But he's not that slow. The 1, the Knight's Courage.
All right, so here we go. 5 staying in. Solo in Paris, 55 to 1. Romero Mirage, start number 2. And now he's going to hop off.
Hey. Tightening the girth.
Coming out, actually. All right, so Solo in Paris will be a scratch. And they will make the adjustments there on the starting gate.
Get the post-time favorite in any of your multi-race bets. My guess is that's going to apply to people who used all.
Can't imagine, yeah, this was on a whole lot of tickets, this one.
Somewhere around, 1.5% of them. Well, the money was 1.5%. You know that back in the day, we used to be able to see in the pool how much was on each horse in pick 6s. A 70 to 1 won the first leg. I remember the horse, Gary Siaka horse. $84,000 was bet, and there was $12 in total on the horse. The horse was 7,000 to 1 in the pick 6. Now that's a big price.
carried that day.
Yeah. That was a $2 pick six, too.
Yeah.
So it was a 1 by 1 by 1 by 2
story.
by 3, I guess.
Pick 5 pull up and over 200,000 now. Late change. They've made changes on the board. 5 comes out. And 4 to 5 favorite, Cadula with Luis Rivera for Rudy Rodriguez. Can he get the advantage, get to the front? The inside has been very good, it seems like, to this point. Late pick 5 starts here. Let's go to John Embriel.
Smile takes charge going in. And we're waiting for One With Everything, the 4. And the outside horse, number 10, Seba M. One of the 3 first-time starters in the field. Seba M coming up with Trevor McCarthy. And he will complete this field of what is now 8 2-year-old maidens. We're set to go. And they're off. Seba M from the extreme outside. There goes Cadula. And Cadula, the odds-on favorite, has taken the lead. A Knight's Courage is racing in second. And now moving up is Running Lucky into third, followed by One With Everything in fourth. Smile takes charge, steadying bit down towards the rail in fifth. Break of 3 to King Kali, Mork, and Seba M. The 3 firsters are the 3 at the back. Cadula is on top here by 2.5 lengths. Ran the opening quarter in 22 and 2/5 seconds. A Knight's Courage and Running Lucky, they are right together, second and third. It's another 5 lengths now. Back to Smile Takes Charge in fourth, followed by One With Everything. And then comes Mork, Seba M, and King Kali. Half mile, 45 and 2/5 seconds. There's a quarter of a mile to the finish with Cadula in front here. Cadula in front by 3.5 lengths. A Knight's Courage and Running Lucky, they remain together. Cadula remains on top as they hit the furlong marker. It's Cadula in front. A Knight's Courage looking to gain down towards the rail. Running Lucky is on the outside. They come on for the finish. It is Cadula holding on to the lead. Running Lucky second. Cadula is the winner. Running Lucky was second. Then A Knight's Courage and a late move from Seba M to complete the superfecta.
Cadula, Luis Rivera, and Rudy Rodriguez with the victory at odds on 4 to 5 to start this late pick 5.
Not exactly winning like a 4 to 5 shot should, but went to the lead like he should. And drifted a little bit late. I actually think the 6, the long shot, Running Lucky, ran pretty well. He kept fighting it out, chasing outside, and no excuse for A Knight's Courage, a mediocre third, and it was a long way back. As I said to you, I think Mork was on Ork at some point during the running of this race.
26 to 1 underneath, by the way, with a 4 to 5 favorite on top. 2-6, 110. And did run well to get second.
Yeah. But Cadula found the right field. Kind of coming apart a little late.
Yeah. So odds-on favorite in our first real formful race.
Yeah.
Of this afternoon. It's our first favorite to win, right?
Live in the pick 5, Greg.
You're alive in the pick 5.
Yeah, I used the 1 and 2.
You didn't hit the pick 5.
I'm alive in the pick. No, I wish I hit the early pick 5.
Rudy Rodriguez.
You'd have known I was alive in that pick 5 if I was.
Owns this one in part with Michael Pirio, Luis Rivera Jr., and the odds-on favorite to start off the late pick 5 sequence here with the drop in class. Well, the prices for you when we come back. Final segment for Andy and I right after this short break.
Reach for the unreachable. Race to new horizons. The artisan's quest for beauty burns in the heart of Japan, forging strength like no other, with love and honed to perfection. Noble, authentic, and only here. The legacy of strength.
The Run Happies are running, the Run Happies are selling, the Run Happies are winning. Eclipse champion Run Happy is showing a new dimension with winners on turf, dirt, and all weather. A record-breaking sprint champion, Run Happy is also showing winners at all distances.
The son of Run Happy, Nutella Fella, has won the hopeful.
One happy mama wins the Iowa sorority. Run Happy, price for value, and standing strong at Claiborne Farm.
Back with you on America's Day of the Races on our FS2 coverage, regional networks across the country as well. It's brought to you in part where you can play it all at Naira Bets. Go to nairabets.com, get signed up, started. Early pick 5 in the books, late pick 5 begins with this victory by Kadula. Odds-on winner, our first favorite of the afternoon, winning on this Thursday card.
Yep, doing what's worked well, drifted late, but spent most of the race on the rail and gets the job done.
First phone call for this young man, probably going to be to Dad. Says he talks to his dad after every single day of action. His dad, Jockey, based at Thistledown. Godfather, based at Finger Lakes. Between those two, he gets a lot of advice from him. Over 5,000 victories.
Now, he's a very promising young rider who I would expect would have a very good winter here.
Let's head downstairs to Acacia.
Nice. I just told her they're saying nice things about you on the set. And Greg was just saying how you have such a great relationship with your dad, who, of course, is a really accomplished rider. And you talk to him after every race. Is your first phone call when you get back to the jocks room?
Yeah, 100%. He's the first one to call me and tell me if I did what I did wrong, what I did right. He's the first one there. First I'm my agent.
How important is that, and how special is that? Because it's a tough lifestyle, it's a tough career, and it is really your entire life when you are a rider to have that kind of support and that guidance.
It's great to have him here, to have him there. You know, sometimes in this business you need some mental support, and he's always there for me, and I can't complain about him. He's the best.
Well, we love seeing that relationship, and you picked up another win here with Kadula, who got some class relief, and the early speed really put him in the right spot today.
Yeah, thank God. Like last race, he won in a mile, and at the end, I didn't got no more horse. This time, the 6.5 helped him a lot, and you know, we just went to elite, and he finished the job.
He was starting, it looked like drifting a little bit there in the stretch, but it seemed like you had enough foundation, certainly, with all the other races that he'd had.
Yeah, at the end, he was a little bit tired. You know, when horses are tired, they start going sideways, but it was enough to get the win.
Well, congratulations on another one.
Thank you so much, Keisha.
Luis Rivera Jr., it's been a lot of fun watching him here on the Naira circuit, Greg.
Yeah, I mean, Rapid Ride's fairly new to this country. You know, having grown up around the racetrack, too, they said there was nothing else he wanted to do, and now he's living out his dream.
Doing it well. He and his agent, Jimmy Riccio, doing a nice job together, and look forward to them having an excellent winter.
Nice win for Kadula. Gets to the front and able to go gate to wire for the victory here in this 5th race. Pick 5 came back, what, just over 4,000?
I think it was close to 5, right? It was high 4s, I thought.
Okay, we'll get that.
4,700, but maybe I'm wrong.
We'll get that number for you again in a minute. Race 6, mile and 16th on the turf. Chad Brown with Napoleonic War and Emirati. 7-1, 4-1. Fort Washington is getting hammered right now, even money.
Kind of a tough horse to take at a short price, considering he's got absolutely no speed. Man, did he get a good ride from Jose Ortiz last time. 4,300, you were correct. Good call. $4.55 to double with a 6. Awfully short price for a deep, deep closer.
Yeah, 4,338 for that early pick 5. And again, that 4-5 favorite started off the late sequence. We are taking off. Next group coming in, Lafitte Pinkai and the MiG taking over from here. So they'll take you the rest of the way in very capable hands. Chad Brown expecting, as usual, a big Breeders' Cup weekend. That crew will talk through his contingent headed to the Breeders' Cup out west, and he's going to have a big say in the next race as well, you would think.
Flightline is in full flight. Flightline turns it on at the top of the stretch, and he's in cruise control.
And Flightline takes off!
Take a good look at this, because you're not going to see this too often, maybe never again. Flightline, 20 lengths clear.
World-class racehorse, world-class performance, and a world championship event.
On a perfect day, there is no finer place in all of sports.
Nerves, excitement, and anticipation.
Than beautiful, truly stunning. For the Breeders' Cup World Championships.
There are more than 3,500 reasons buyers came to Keeneland November last year. Because as you look to the future, this is where you'll find whatever you're looking for. and then some, and then some more. The place you have to be to find the one you have to have. Join us as the world comes to Keeneland, November 8th through the 16th. Browse the catalog at november.keeneland.com.
Danzig was with Woody Stevens special that he called Seth one day after he was 3 for 3 and was fast and had a problem and looked like he was going to have to retire him and said, "You need to stand this horse." And he talked him into doing it, and he turned out to be one of the premier stallions of his time.
Danzig's one of the legends of Claiborne, and his influence is far and wide throughout the thoroughbred gene pool today. And you'll look through and see a great influence of Danzig, and we're just trying to keep it going here at Claiborne with Silver State, War of Will, and Warfront. So we feel like we're in a great position, especially with War of Will and Silver State, to keep it going. We love War of Will's foals. Like I said, Silver State has a great book of mares, and he's going to have a really big chance of continuing that legacy.
The Danzig line 10 years ago, 15 years ago, people weren't sure what it was going to do. And it's still continuing on with Hardspun and Warfront, who now the sons of Warfront are looking like they could be really okay on a number of fronts. So that was one of the reasons for War of Will, plus the fact he won a classic on the dirt with the Preakness, and then come back and win a grade 1 on the dirt or on the turf at a mile. So he's a big, pretty horse. He's gotten well supported, and Mr. Barber's bred a lot of very, very nice mares to him, and the offspring are good so far.
Now that legendary Danzig bloodline. Hey, look at that. Happy Halloween, everyone. This is America's Day at the Races. As always, brought to you in part by Claiborne Farm, 100 years doing the usual, unusually well. You can say Happy Halloween a couple of weeks out, right? Here at Belmont at the Big A, I'm just proud of myself for not saying welcome to Saratoga live alongside Richie McLeory. I'm Lafitte Pinkai. I haven't seen you since closing day at Saratoga. How you been?
I'm doing well. Just happy you're in town, and got a beautiful day for racing. It's a sun-drenched day here in the metropolitan area, and we got some good racing and turf. We're on the turf.
We do. We have a turf racing this afternoon. Still the feature coming up a little bit later on. And just a great time to be a sports fan in general, with baseball and playoffs, college pro football in full swing. You're a big hockey fan, getting underway in the NHL, and the Breeders' Cup World Championships get underway a week, 2 weeks from tomorrow. Tickets on sale November 3rd and 4th at Santa Anita for the 11th time. Richie, for somebody watching, for somebody who's never been to a Breeders' Cup, like, what are they missing? Why should they go?
It brings together the best of the best from all around the world. The best horses, the best horsemen, the best jockeys. And if you show up, the best fans as well.
The best fans, champions, and trainers. And for Chad Brown, he's going to be there along with that star-studded cast, 10 probable runners in 6 different races, a quartet for the Philly Mare Turf, and 1 for the Longines Classic. Let's start with Zandon, Richie, the Woodward winner, breezing a half mile last Saturday at Belmont. This was the Woodward, though. What did he show you in this win?
Well, this is a race that Zandon finally got pace to run at. There was a legitimate pace in the Woodward, and this is a horse that wants to be a closer. He's a true closer. And I think a lot of times he's been ridden in a way to fit the race as opposed to his style. That no fault of the riders, just the way the races came up. But he got pace, and he finished the deal, and I like what I saw from him, the way he finished. And I think a mile and a quarter won't be an issue. And usually, there's a legitimate pace in the Breeders' Cup Classic.
He's 3rd in the Kentucky Derby at a mile and a quarter with that Michael Jordan tongue wag thing. Zandon, and here's his breeze from last Saturday, preparing for the Breeders' Cup Classic. Chad Brown seeking a first win in the Classic on Saturday at Belmont. Here we go. Zandon here, a half mile. What did you notice in terms of this breeze. What are you looking for as he gets closer to the Classic 2 weeks from Saturday?
Well, one thing that people have to keep in mind with workouts is trainer intention. You know, some trainers want to see fast works. They let their horses roll. Other trainers want them in hand and just kind of keep them very happy. And that's what you're seeing here, what we would term a maintenance move. But I like this gallop out. I like the way he's striding out. And he looks like a horse that's just really enjoying his training. He looks like a very happy horse.
Half mile, 48-4, Zandon at Belmont last Saturday. From the Woodward to the Breeders' Cup Classic, 5 have done it, all elite, all horses of the year. Gun Runner most recent in 2017, Richie. Suffice it to say, there are no Ali Shibas or Cigars amongst this year's older horses. So what do you make of Zandon as a Breeders' Cup Classic contender?
Well, I think he is a legitimate contender. I think he has a really good chance. Now, this is a horse that has compiled more seconds than wins, but as opposed to some other horses that are losing by half a length, a neck, a nose, he was getting beat by better horses on the day, horses that were in better situations than him. I think in the Breeders' Cup Classic, he gets pace. He can sit back, make his run. You got Fabian Pratt, who knows him so well. I think he's legitimate. To me, the 3-year-olds are the horses they all have to beat. This is a good group of 3-year-olds. And in many past years, you've got good 3-year-olds that are a question mark at the 1.25 miles. Not so this year.
Chad Brown, not a question mark at the Breeders' Cup. 16 wins, right? Lots of success, but never a win in the Classic. Never a win in the Breeders' Cup Distaff. A segue to a randomized and rapidly ascending 3-year-old filly, Richie, wiring the field in the Beldame here, as she did in the Alabama at Saratoga.
Yeah, she just is very naturally fast. Joel Rosario fits her so well, right? He allows her to kind of run up underneath him, get in a stride, and she kept finding. I thought this was a really nice effort. Now, this wasn't the greatest, Beldame that we've ever seen. That being said, she did everything that was asked for and won with something left. Joel Rosario, not a rider that makes more use of horses than is necessary. She won quite comfortably. The problem that Randomized might have is a horse called Idiomatic.
See, that's the thing. It's real simple with randomized. 4 for 4 when she makes the lead. 2 for 2 without it. That ears up right at the wire there. What else do you want from me? So, yeah, what happens in the Breeders' Cup when she has to face the likes of Idiomatic? On paper, the top contenders in the distaff all seemingly do most of their damage, dictating things up front.
It feels like, and we've seen this recently, could be a very hot pace in the distaff.
From the Beldame to the Breeders' Cup Distaff, only 3 have done it. 3 superstars, Lady Secret, Personal Ensign, Royal Delta. Will Randomized be the 4th? We'll find out in 16 days. And yeah, that's going to be exciting in terms of race shape. For the race for the first turn may be as exciting as what happens from the top of the stretch to the wire.
Could be a mad scramble. I also think an interesting thing in this is going to be jockey assignments, because Joel Rosario has ridden several of these contenders. Where will he land? And when it comes to Breeders' Cup, as far as relationships, all bets are off. You're going to try to ride the best horse on that day. And a lot of other kind of races, you will, I want to stay in with Chad Brown. Mm-hmm. Not so much Triple Crown races and Breeders' Cup. You're looking to ride the best horse you can ride.
The 16 Breeders' Cup wins for Brown, 9 have taken place. 9 at Santa Anita, something to keep in mind as you begin your early Breeders' Cup handicapping. As for this upcoming 6th race, Belmont at the Big A. Brown with a strong hand in this one as well. Has the 2 horses drawn towards the inside at 6-1 with Napoleonic War and Emirati pictured at 7-2. So we say hello to Acacia Clement standing by in the paddock with this race 6. Paddock report time for this late Big 4. Hey, Acacia.
Hey, Lafitte, great to hear from you here with us at Belmont at the Big A today. But taking a look at one of the Chad Brown runners in Emirati. I was in the paddock first, Bernard Baruch, last time out, where he was trying to defend his title, but off of very different circumstances than when he won the race in 2022. First of all, it was pouring last year, and it was a softer turf, something that he has shown to have an affinity for. And also, he was coming in good form, whereas this year, he'd only run once in 2023 before trying that Bernard Baruch. broke, and he was part of pressing the pace early, but the other pace setter, Bring Me a Check, came back and re-rallied with pioneering spirit, so the race really didn't fall apart. That said, I think that Emirati looks much better than he did last time. His coat didn't look that great up in Saratoga, and he just really seemed to be carrying a lot of excess weight. He always does carry his condition, but he's much more tucked up today. The 6 Fort Washington is a similar type. He always carries his condition, but he comes off of a near miss at Kentucky Downs, where if you follow him, he just missed in a tight photo when closing strongly that day. He leaves himself with a lot to do with his running style. He's laid back as always, but we'll see if he could build off of that very good effort last time out. And the 10, James Aloysius, I think is very intriguing. He makes his first start for Tom Morley. He's gotten pretty keen on the front end in his last couple of starts, and we'll see if Javier Castellano can get him to relax into his hands, because he has early speed. He looks great as he always does. I think it's just about saving something for the end as he gets a little bit less ground to work with Lafitte.
See how he looks in the post-parade. Acacia, thanks so much. You just saw Fort Washington. We'll revisit that Kentucky Downs effort in a moment. Midnight Trouble pictured at 29-1.
Not a lot of turf pedigree. Trying the turf for the first time could be a part of the pace.
Cowboy Justice, winless in 5 U.S. starts.
Yeah, and just feels like he would have to improve to handle the likes of what he's going to meet here.
I'm giving you information on a horse that's out.
No.
Cowboy Justice out.
You know, and I've got it scratched, and I thought I had it wrong.
We'll get it together, we promise. Maybe Don pictured Dylan Davis at 11-1. Great King, representing outside speed.
Another one of what I see, 3 or 4 speeds in here. I anticipate a more than legitimate pace.
All right, so there is the field for the 6th race coming up. Time for the late pick 4 here. Belmont at the Big A, about 5 minutes out. And there another look, circling back to Fort Washington, who is 3-2. Top class connections. Jose Ortiz riding for Shug McGahee. Richie, this was his most recent, early September. Kentucky Downs, far back early and rallying late to just miss here.
Yeah, and you know, Kentucky Downs going a mile. They really heated up in the middle of the race. 45-3, 109. Finished up a mile in 133-2, and he came with a determined late run. And one thing about Kentucky Downs, I always say, it's a little bit like over the river and through the woods. A lot of undulation in the course, a little bit downhill in spots, a little bit to the left, a little bit to the right. I think this was a big effort, and he should be very tough here, although I like somebody else. But
you like somebody else. Who is that somebody else?
I like Daunt. I like Daunt turning back. You know, he's always thought of, to me, as a one-pace type of horse. And I'm seeing it a little bit different this year. I think he's changed as a 4-year-old, and I think he's a little more tactical. I like what I'm seeing in the warm-up. He's run races that are good enough to win here, and I just think he's going to find a good position. He does have to overcome being drawn towards the outside.
Yeah, what does Dylan Davis need to do to put Daunt in the best position to be as effective as possible?
Get his position going forward. And one of the reasons Dylan's having such a good Aqueduct meeting, when Dylan is riding well, he's aggressive. And there's certain principles of riding that all riders adhere to, or if they don't, they should. And one of them is Dylan is getting his position going forward.
You can hear it in his voice. You can see it in his demeanor. Like he's the confidence factor. Riding with a lot of confidence is Dylan Davis.
Confidence is key for any athlete. You know, when
sure.
you get up there and you just react in the moment, you're totally in the moment. You're committed to it, and you don't have a lot of outside voices in your head.
Riding to win as opposed to riding not to make a mistake, and trying to be too perfect. So we'll keep an eye on Daunt, who is staring right through your soul, Richie, and Dylan Davis trying to win at 8-1, a contender. Daunt, number 2, Emirati, and Acacia liking what she saw compared to what he looked like at Saratoga, and we can forgive pretty much anyone, horse or human, for packing on a few pounds at Saratoga.
Yeah, unless your name's Migliori.
Who drops 15.
Yeah, lost a bunch of weight up there. But listen, Emirati, you know, certainly a major contender here. He's your second choice. He's got a good inside draw. I think he's going to get that kind of pocket, that coveted pocket journey, because I think there's enough speed outside where he's going to get covered up. We've seen him be proficient on the lead, but he's also capable of coming from just off the pace, and I like to hear that he's a little bit more tucked up. He is a horse that does carry weight. He's a big, solid individual.
He's versatile. He's won on the lead. He's won from off the pace. Emirati, 3 starts back Saratoga, won on a good turf course Acacia did Emirati. That does bode well for his cause this afternoon. There is certainly some cushion, some give in this turf course for this upcoming 6th race.
Yeah, we've had a lot of rain over here, Lafitte, which is unfortunate, and it's wonderful to be on the turf today, but it's fall, so it's not going to dry out as quickly, and we've had rain every weekend. This will be the 7th consecutive weekend that we've had rain in the forecast, so there's definitely a little bit of give out there, which a horse like Emirati should like. But looking at Chad Brown's other horse, Napoleonic War, I don't know what to do with this horse because he ran really well off the layoff in Saratoga back in July off an 11-month break where he had come back as a gelding, and that had helped him dramatically. He'd been a very big, heavy horse. He used to get very hot prior to his races, and I saw a big change from him. Then they put the blinkers on last time, shortcut cheater blinkers on. They come immediately off today off that bad effort where he was a little bit keen early and then totally flat in the stretch. So I'm wondering if we're going to see him come back to perhaps the better race compared to what we saw in Saratoga. He was beaten by Duke of Hazzard last time, who came back to win again with a 96 Beyer speed figure. Napoleonic War was sharp today, got a little bit warm, but again, that's not out of character for him. And I just was so impressed with what I saw from him two back that I'd be willing to give him a little bit of another look today. He could get a bit of a pace setup, as Richie was touching on, as there were some big warm-ups out here, and could be an honest pace in this race, Lafitte.
Napoleonic War. Fergal Lynch in those Peter Brandt colors. What are you expecting from him today, Mig?
Yeah, listen, he is an attractive son of Warfront, Claiborne Farm stallion who has turned into a sire of sires by Danzig. We saw about Danzig when we opened up, and you know, an incredibly influential sire over the years. I love his post. Fergal Lynch rides a good race. Interesting. Chad Brown brings him in, big field. You know, a lot of riders traveling around. But if you're Fergal Lynch, you relish this opportunity because it also puts you in a spot that, hey, Chad Brown ships a horse any place up and down the eastern seaboard. Hey, Fergal Lynch is in the play.
Absolutely. Absolutely. See what he does with Napoleonic War. Drawn down towards the rail, 9-2. Race shape, what are we looking for early? Great King at a big price, 23-1 with Matty Olver as he's bringing some speed to the party.
Speed with an apprentice, that usually means that they're the ones that go. And from the outside post, she really has one option, and that is to go. You don't want to be hung out there 4, 5, 6 wide into that first turn. You've got the horse trying to turf for the first time, Midnight Trouble, that has shown speed sprinting at times. I see speed in here. Jamie's Dreams, you know, also
improving on grass.
Yeah, James Aloysius has been keen, although I expect him to, you know, be able to settle a little bit better with the other pace involved here. And, you know, one of those potentially could be another Tom Morley trainee in Midnight Trouble. So, you know, even though they're different ownership, you don't want to get in each other's way coming from the same barn.
Another look at Napoleonic War. You went with Daunt, and we'll see with Dylan Davis from the outside. Yeah, so a fascinating race in terms of race shape right from the very start. 8-5 here, though, on Fort Washington. That big effort and near miss at Kentucky Downs. What'll he do today? About to find out as we get set to kick off the late pick 4 post time for the 6th live Belmont at the Big A. John Embrial standing by.
James Aloysius moving into line. Next up will be Dancing in Denial. And we still have 3 or 4 more to go into the gate for this 6th race, which is on the inner turf. The distance, 1 mile and a 16th. Turf labeled as good. And this race 6 begins the late pick 4 on this Thursday card. Dancing in Denial is in there. Here comes Fort Washington. And then on the outside, Great King will round out the field of 9. Great King and Matty Olver. We're set to go. And they're off. From the inside, it's Emirati, and from the outside, it's Great King. Great King looking to get that lead, clear the field, and Great King has done that. Great King in front by 2 lengths. Napoleonic War down at the rail. On the outside is James Aloysius. They're right together. Emirati now sitting back in 4th. And then on the outside, it is Jamie Dreams. Coming on through there is Fort Washington. And then it's a break of 2 lengths back to a Midnight Trouble, who is down at the rail. Daunt in the white blinkers on the outside, and Dancing in Denial trails the field in 9th. First quarter was run in 24 seconds, and now they're on the back stretch. And it is Great King, the leader here, 3/4 of a length. James Aloysius putting the pressure on Great King. It's Great King holding the lead. James Aloysius running in second. Fort Washington, Napoleonic War, they are heads apart, 3rd and 4th. Emirati is in 5th, 5 lengths from the front. And then comes Midnight Trouble. Right alongside is Daunt. And at the back of the pack are Jamie Dreams and Dancing in Denial. Half mile, 49 seconds. They begin the run into the far turn. It is still Great King, long shot leader here by a half length. James Aloysius running in second with Fort Washington, the favorite, in third, and moving up now on the outside. Napoleonic War is down towards the rail. And then comes Daunt. And on the far outside, it is Emirati, now Fort Washington, and James Aloysius and Napoleonic War. And here's Emirati on the extreme outside. Dancing in Denial is putting in a late run. Here is Emirati. James Aloysius is right there. Fort Washington in between. The 3 of them in a battle in a blanket finish. 3-way photo finish in race 6.
A cavalry charge to the wire here. 3 of them hitting the wire simultaneously. Emirati on the outside, Fort Washington, and James Aloysius, noses bobbing. Who gets the photo?
Wow, this was a terrific horse race. 3 horses straining, and it appears like the horse in between? The middle, Fort Washington, your favorite, gets it done under a terrific ride from Jose Ortiz. And this is a horse that showed in Kentucky Downs, not afraid or not adversely affected by running through traffic. That was like Franco Harris hitting the line, huh?
I'm a Raider fan. You don't bring up Franco Harris to a Raider fan. It's a rule, Mr. Immaculate Reception. Here, that broken field running, Fort Washington right here, and I like how this is a sign of class. Wow. Horses that re-rally in between horses.
Yeah,
and he keeps coming. We saw that dogged determination at Kentucky Downs where he just missed in here. Look at him level up, sticking his neck out. The competition and his nose down right at the right time. That Fort Washington just made a fan out of me.
That was just a terrific effort, and if you didn't get excited or like this finish, then you turn the channel, go watch something else, because this is as good as it gets.
Replay of that Steeler-Raider playoff game from the 70s.
These are 3 horses just battling to the end, 3 riders pulling out all stops. This, to me, embodies everything that I love about racing. This was just a terrific horse race, and public got it right, which they do very often here on the NYRA circuit. Smartest, sharpest fans, but look at the determination. If you just look at the horses' demeanors, their ears, their expression, the way they're bearing down, their eye, the intensity, this was fantastic.
And the 3 riders slugging it out. Jose Ortiz, who gets the win. There it is, 6'10", 2'3". Javier Castellano with James Aloysius. Much more on Javier in a moment. Down along the inside, battling bravely. And in Emirati, applying the pressure from the outside from Manny Franco. But Fort Washington, who suffered that frustrating defeat at Kentucky Downs, was not going to be denied this time.
No, he really wanted it. And it was just a terrific effort by all 3 horses. That really, in a race that didn't deserve a loser, but Fort Washington bore down, got it done. Not as much pace on as we thought there would be. Everybody allowed the 12-horse Great King to clear. And then the pace really settled down. But the way they finished, I mean, I think the course is labeled good, but definitely not on the soft side of good.
Thriller on the lawn. Belmont at the Big A. 6'10", 2'3". Jose Ortiz, fist bumps all around. Results, reaction when we come back. And one of the riders that just missed in that driving finish, Javier Castellano. Know what he told us opening day? Saratoga, he said, I want to win a 7th Travers, and he did. Castellano, what a year. First Derby, first Belmont, another Travers, and he's not done yet.
Just minutes from downtown Saratoga Springs, you'll find GMP Farm, a utopia of healing for equines and humans, offering revolutionary, customized equine care using state-of-the-art imaging and therapeutic technologies for horses of all disciplines. Immerse yourself in tranquility in our sacred spa, offering specialized spa treatments and holistic therapies to refresh and rejuvenate among tranquil mountain views. Start your journey to wellness. Visit gmpfarm.net and sacredspaandwellness.com to schedule a treatment today.
An exciting race we just saw here. Belmont at the Big A. Could have bet it on your Naira Bets account. Coverage is always brought to you in part by Naira Bets, but any track, anywhere, anytime, visit NairaBets.com or download the Naira Bets app to get started. Welcome back to the broadcast. And for Jose Ortiz, in between horses and a driving finish with Fort Washington, the favorite, delivering in the 6th. Belmont at the Big A, down to Acacia in the winner's circle.
And I'm so happy to be joined by Joe Anzalone, co-owner with Magic Cap Stables, Fort Washington. Joe, getting the win. I know that the Knickerbocker had been the original plan with this horse, but hey, things all turned out with him getting the win here.
Very happy, honestly. We were a little concerned with his track being good. He really likes it a little on the hard side, but Shug picked this race. He said it was going to be a much easier draw, and he was right.
He got the bob. What a game finish from him today.
I thought we were beat coming down the lane, and he just was resilient today and came right back.
Given that really tough defeat at Kentucky Downs last time, how exciting was this win?
This was very exciting. Came away from Florida, so I'm pretty happy.
And as you
said, I don't know what else really to say.
Well, yeah, you're all smiles. That's what it's all about, right?
Yeah, doesn't come too often.
Got to enjoy it. Well, big congratulations to the whole team.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Lafitte?
Thanks, Acacia.
When you ride a horse that runs really well and gets beat in a tough photo like Fort Washington did at Kentucky Downs, and you come back the next time, as a rider, is it that much more satisfying to get the win the following time?
Absolutely, and you could see, look at this blanket finish, 3 horses, on the line, and that prominent Fort Washington nose out in front. When you get beat a narrow margin on any horse, there's always a lot of second guessing on your own part.
Sure.
You beat yourself up. How could have I made up those inches? And that's what we're talking about here, inches. So when you get the opportunity to ride the horse back, you really are even more motivated to kind of put that narrow defeat behind you. And then to get it done in a driving finish like this, Jose Ortiz contributed a fantastic ride, but he's got to feel pretty good about himself right now. It's one thing to win on the best horse. But it's a whole nother thing when you've had a big hand in that victory.
Javier Castellano was right there in that photo, down on the inside, having to settle for a second-place finish in some of the marquee events this year. However, he has not had to settle for second-place finishes. It's only mid-October, and he's already racked up 7 Grade 1 wins. There they are, Richie. The Derby jumps off the screen naturally, his first. The Belmont Stakes, a first. The Travers, a 7th, etc. What should be To you, what's the most significant aspect of this story, Castellano in 23?
Is how it's come full circle for Javier. I mean, he's had other years with tremendous statistics in big races. You know, obviously getting the Derby and the Belmont kind of really distinguishes it more. But Javier really kind of was taking a back seat at one point to a lot of the younger riders. And we have a seriously talented young jockey colony here in New York. And it almost looked like, okay, his time came and went. His star was fading. He wasn't satisfied with that, and he and his agent, PJ Campo, put the work in, got their foot back into barns that the door was maybe shut or at least closing on them, and he proved that he is still as good a rider as he ever was, maybe even better because of the experience factor. And, you know, a lot of things contribute to why a rider goes into a slump or a downhill spiral. He was always doing okay, but I think physically there were some issues. I think he's 100% healthy now, and when there's physical issues and you're battling things, injuries or little nagging things with your body, it plays on you and plagues you mentally. And I just see a guy that is 100% mentally, 100% physically, and really enjoying his job.
And this was the moment he had been waiting for, right? A long time. After 15 misses on the first Saturday in May, alas, that first Kentucky Derby win aboard Mage, and the first of those 7 Grade 1 victories this year.
The way he rode this Derby, you would have thought that he had won the Derby a few times before. He's almost the 8th pole before he fully sets this horse down. I love the way he incrementally built him into his run. First time he went to the crop was well within the 8th pole. By the 16th pole, hit him a couple times left-handed. You know, once right-handed, twice left-handed. You would have to be forgiven if you got a little excited and overrode. He did it like he'd been there many times before.
Yeah, if John Elway never won a Super Bowl, nobody's going to say he wasn't a great quarterback. But it would have felt like a glaring omission, right? That's what this reminded me of. Like Elway winning a Super Bowl in his 15th NFL season, Castellano winning a first Derby in his 16th Derby ride.
Well, I think what you're saying is 100%. Like, the Derby shouldn't define your career, but I'm sure he's really happy to fill that void. I mean, there's a lot of great riders that never won the Kentucky Derby, but, you know, all you have to do is look at him, the celebration there. And listen, it's fun for me. Listen, Father Time is undefeated, but Javier Castellano's taking him into the later rounds.
And for Castellano, of course, Mage defeated in the Preakness, would not race in the Belmont, which meant Castellano was available to ride Arcangelo Ritchie, and as good as Arcangelo was, Castellano's ride was difference-making.
I agree. Saving all that ground, moving up towards the inside. Listen, we've found out now how good Arcangelo was. He wasn't just a horse that got good for a short period of time. This is the leader of the division at this point, Arcangelo. I think he lost his focus a little bit, Arcangelo, when he got clear and started drifting, but this was a tremendous ride. And the only surprise at this point was that Javier Castellano hadn't won the Belmont up to this point.
It is funny how things work. Castellano combined 29 defeats, 29 combined in the Derby and Belmont, dating back to 2004. And just like that, in a 5-week span, knocks them both down on 2 different horses.
Well, with everything that Javier's accomplished this year and the high-profile wins and the high-profile horse he's riding, he's put his name, himself, firmly in the conversation about Eclipse Awards. Now, it's going to be very difficult to unseat Irad Ortiz Jr.
But it's a conversation.
But he is squarely in the conversation. It could come down to Breeders' Cup. Who has a better Breeders' Cup?
Fired up he was. Finally, that first Belmont. History-making on many levels. You saw Jenna Antonucci, first female trainer to saddle a Triple Crown race winner. Fast forward to the Travers Saratoga. Everyone wondering, like, who Castellano would ride, right? Major Arcangelo winds up on Arcangelo. The result, a 7th win. 7th win in the Midsummer Derby.
I love when you see certain riders, when they take that long, languishing look back, which Javier Castellano did coming off the quarter pole, you go, oh boy, he's got a lot of horse. He's like, I got everything that's around me. Let me see if there's anything behind me I need to be concerned with. Arcangelo's a very good horse who's been extremely well handled by Jenna Antonucci and been ridden to perfection by Javier Castellano.
I remember him talking to Maggie opening day of the meet. They spoke outside the jocks room. She asked him about his goals this summer. He told her, I want to win another Travers. Suffice it to say, mission accomplished. We didn't know who he was going to even ride at the time. He's like, yeah, that's my goal this summer, to win another Travers. Pad my own stats and record I already have.
You think about the long illustrious history of the Travers Stakes. The fact that he has won 7 of them, I mean, it's just remarkable in a race that goes back over 100 years. And you think about the great riders that have won it more recently, you know, riders like Jerry Bailey and Chris McCarron, and going further back, Eddie Arcaro, you know, wrapping his name around that several times. But Javier Castellano stands alone as the king of the Travers.
This will be the story of the Breeders' Cup Classic. Arcangelo, inexpensive racehorse, a history-making trainer, Jenna Antonucci, and Javier Castellano. Looking ahead in a couple of weeks with Arcangelo, again, he runs very well fresh, has not raced since the Travers. Will this fairy tale story have a fairy tale ending?
Well, I think this year, again, the 3-year-olds are very strong going into the Classics. And no knock on the older horses. I don't think it's the strongest division we've ever had. But the fact that these 3-year-olds truly want the distance, Arcangelo already winning over 1.5 miles, 1.25 miles, certainly well within his wheelhouse. Wasn't crazy about his first work at Santa Anita. Really loved his second work there. I think he settled in nicely. I think he just got more comfortable with his surroundings, and he looked more like the Arcangelo that was training up to the Travers in his second work at Santa Anita.
East Coast-based horses, I believe, have won 3 of the last 5 Breeders' Cup Classics at Santa Anita, and of the 39 Classics ever, 1 horse has won the Travers and the Breeders' Cup Classic. Arrowgate will find out if his son can do the same in a couple of weeks. Arcangelo, as the countdown continues to the Breeders' Cup World Championships. Countdown continues to the 7th race, Belmont at the Big A. Live look at Sail with the Wind, to be ridden by that 7-time Travers winning rider, Castellano. Acacia's Paddock Report, post-parade next. You're watching America's Day at the Races.
Spun to Run. His brilliant speed figures were among the fastest of any 3-year-old at 1 mile or more, and he hails from the legendary Danzig sire line. Now, this multiple graded stakes winner, millionaire, and Breeders' Cup champion is passing his remarkable talent along to his progeny.
95, 5, 200, 200 down, 2, to the back, Patrick, 200,000, thank you.
Spun to Run, standing at Gainesway.
Dominant from day one.
At $5 million, $5 million, $5 million.
The one and only Monomoy girl.
Oh my goodness, right here, when you get it about here. What do you ask for one like her?
Here is Gamine, the $1.8 million 2-year-old. 9 career wins in 11 tries. She was off the board just once in her career.
We watched his career. You know, the speed he had was tremendous. So we bought 2 or 3, underbidder on several. Really nice volatile colt in his last sale that I think maybe $600,000. Beautiful colt.
Tom, $600,000. Thank you very much and good luck.
Perfect sire for 2-year-old sales, and so we'll be bidding against some of our peers, no doubt. So we're looking forward to it. We like a little competition. You know, it's fun.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Great to have you with us. America's Day at the Races. Belmont at the Big A. You're on Fox Sports 2. Horses in the paddock for the 7th race. New York bred fillies and mares. Allowance $80,000 purse. You are looking at the favorite 8-5. Acacia's in the paddock. Acacia, the favorite, Sail with the Wind. Are we going to be talking to Javier Castellano after a winning ride in the 7th race? Belmont at the Big A.
It's very possible, Luffy. And the interesting thing with this filly is that she's run twice on the main track, but both of those have been off the turf races. And it looks like Leah Giramati finally said, you know, maybe she is actually better on the main track. So this will really be her first test against horses that were intended to run on the main track versus running against turf horses. And she did start her career on the grass. She's biased stern. Physically, you can see a turf influence with her. She won against certainly inferior horses and horses meant for the grass in Saratoga. And then last time out, when finishing second behind Swedish Princess, she did get knocked sideways at the start, but finished a good second in a respectable effort in a good size field. She's gotten herself very hot here in the paddock before, but I've seen her get warm prior to her races in the past, so it's not totally out of character, but it's definitely cooler than it was up in Saratoga, and she's pretty washed out behind. She's very, very sharp. That said, she's shown an affinity for the main track. She's run well. She's been consistent recently, and she's coming off back-to-back good efforts, which is more than some of her other competition in this field can say. So hopefully she can keep things under wraps. The number 5, Cara Para, she too has been in good form lately, and when she won that off the turf race, they kept her on the main track, and she's rewarded them with a couple of good efforts. Last time out, she was given a good ride by Dylan Davis when the rail was not where you wanted to be, and she was kept about 3 wide throughout, and she finished up pretty nicely in that effort. She's coming in trying to make it 2 victories in a row. She's a horse that never carries a ton of condition, but for her standards, it looks like she's really doing well right now, which I appreciate, and I don't think that there's any reason to assume that she wouldn't continue running the good races that we've seen from her as of late. As far as the 2, Big Hazel, she's one that ran a very impressive race, beating Ichiban back in June. Ichiban would go on to win a couple of races up at Saratoga, including a New York bred stake for Linda Rice, and then Big Hazel just ran 2 very disappointing efforts. She just never really lifted a foot last time out. She was pushed pretty wide on the backstretch 2 back when going a distance that I don't think that she prefers. She's gotten herself very tucked up. It looks like she really hasn't kind of carried her racing well from race to race. She looked better this summer as far as her energy, as far as her conditioning. I think that she has those good races in there. I'm just wondering if we're going to get the chance to see her run back to them, Lafitte.
So Big Hazel, and yeah, not overly thrilled with appearance, Acacia, in terms of what she sees in the paddock. This is what it looks like when Big Hazel does perform to the best of her capabilities so far, Richie. Her maiden win at 18-1 late June at Belmont.
Yeah, had a big price that day. Had run races that really hadn't hinted at this kind of effort, but got a good hustling outside kind of ride from Dylan Davis, and came back with these 2 efforts at Saratoga. But we make so much, Lafitte, of horses loving Saratoga. The horses that excel there. There are a number of horses that just don't like it up there. They don't like the atmosphere. If they all
excelled up there, it wouldn't be worth discussing.
This is true. Right? This is true. But we always hear more about the ones that like it and less about the ones that don't.
Yes. Big Hazel. All right, so let's see what she does on this afternoon. Seeking a second lifetime win, these New York bred fillies and mares. Time for the post-parade. There is Carbone, and this level may be a little deep for her.
Yeah, a little bit deep for her. She's run twice at the mile distance, had a 3rd place finish to show for it.
Big Hazel, 5-1 if you like her.
She runs back to that effort at Belmont. She's definitely a contender.
Sail with the win, little warm. She's conceding experience to most, to all.
Really on her toes here. You can see kind of a bouncing around, but filly that's done well in the dirt.
Number 4, Levon, Coffee Pot Stable homebred.
Yeah, this one would be a surprise. Her just recent races, not very good.
Sharp filly, Cara Para.
In very good form, won the starter allowance condition, was 2nd in the same condition, 2 back.
She's cold as ice, not entirely. Hit the board in her latest. She's 7-1, followed by Racing Colors, and this is her 13th star this year.
Yeah, adorable sort, who's moving up in company, most recently racing for $14,000 claiming tag.
Number 8, Dashing Della, kind of one-paced, one-geared. It's just not very fast.
No, but you get a 5-pound break in the weights with an apprentice, Luis Ferreira Jr., who has impressed me here and has a win on the card already.
That's the field for this upcoming 7th race. Post time in 7 minutes. When we return, Sail with the Wind. Conceding that experience, regardless, she is the favorite with a Hall of Famer in the saddle. Javier Castellano, the 7th. Belmont at the Big A as our coverage continues. Next.
Undefeated Grade 1 winner Mastery was a multiple graded stakes winner at 2, including this victory in the Grade 1 Los Alamitos Cash Call Futurity. Now his progeny are bringing top dollar in the sales ring. His recent top runners include these star performers.
Good Girl, Bad Habits, the Mastery filly.
Here surprisingly surging on the outside, surprisingly.
Midnight Memories, much the best in the Zenyatta.
Mastery, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Welcome to the Adelphi Racing Club experience. Take ownership of stakes-winning thoroughbreds like Funny How, racing at the highest level circuits.
Funny How is in front. It's Funny How who's up by 3 lengths, approaching the 16th pole. It's all Funny How. Funny How, Katie Davis more than amused. Funny How wins the Broadway.
Contact us online to get a taste of the Adelphi difference, and let's win races together.
Want to play the 7th race at Belmont at the Big A? Have 4 minutes to do so, perhaps on your Naira Bets account. Coverage is always brought to you in part by Naira Bets. Any track, anywhere, anytime. Visit NairaBets.com or download the Naira Bets app to get started. Horses warming up as now. Carapara has emerged as the favorite. Pictured at 9-5 with Dylan Davis. Another look at her most recent, Richie, about a month ago. It was right here. She's 10-1. Carapara. She stalks, pounces, and draws away impressively.
Yeah, and I thought she made an extended run here. She started her run midway of the far turn, and she continued. And, you know, most horses don't have that long a run in them, so I thought this was a very impressive effort from her. Question today, Lafitte, is it just seems like inside position and speed are a premium. And I don't see her getting that kind of trip, where this day it was fine to have the kind of trip she had. And she's in good form. I respect her. I just wonder if the track's not going to play against her.
Carapara with Dylan Davis, something to watch in terms of where the best footing has been on this afternoon, down along the inside. 2 minutes out, we check in with Acacia.
And I'm hoping that Dylan really is able to put her in the right spot, because he showed a lot of intent to do that last time when keeping her a little bit wide, and she did show some positional speed in her 2 races prior to that. But I wanted to go back to the 2 Big Hazels. So I totally have changed my opinion of her versus what I saw back in the paddock to what I saw out on the racetrack. And sometimes that can happen. Sometimes if you just see them walking around or even without the tack versus when they get out onto the track and they move. She was like a completely different horse. She probably had the most aggressive warm-up of anybody in here. Jose Gomez took her right away from the pony. She had her ears pricked. She was covering the ground beautifully, and she really kind of filled out into herself. And I love seeing horses do that when they get into stride out on the racetrack. So she totally won me over. I actually even considered picking her when I saw her warm up. It's just those 2 disappointing races that she comes off of. We'll see if she can get back on track today, Lafitte, but as far as the prelims go and her warm-up on track, she's doing well right now.
Yeah, there's a reason, the pre-race warm-up, there's a reason they do it, Richie.
Well, it's just what Case is saying, though. Sometimes your observation of a horse in the paddock will completely change when you see them on the racetrack. And I actually was impressed with her warm-up as well, the 2 Big Hazel. I wound up going to the 1 Carbon because I just think there's a potential here in watching her warm up under Kendrick Carmouche, who does aggressively warm up most of his horses, is that she can make the lead here. And I think inside speed or inside position has been really critical to success today. I don't think she maybe has as much natural talent as some of the others, but I think she potentially could get a trip to change that.
On a day like this, are you thinking to yourself, no matter what, regardless of if I'm on the lead, if I'm going to be as close to the fence, no matter what?
Absolutely. You have to. You fight the inside, stay disciplined. We saw Irad Ortiz Jr. win on a horse earlier in the day, Temperamental, slipping through along the inside, 6-1, got it done. And, he contributed greatly to that victory, reading the racetrack.
See how this all unfolds. The 7th race, Belmont at the Big A. Johnny I standing by.
Number 8, Dashing Della, to round out the field. And we are set for race 7. And they're off. And it is Dashing Della from the extreme outside. Now moving on through is Sail with the Wind, Carbon from the rail, and Big Hazel is up close as they race up the chute, head for the back stretch. It is Carbon down on the inside, Dashing Della on the outside, and they are hooking up here as they open up 4 lengths on Big Hazel in 3rd. Sail with the Wind on the outside is next in 4th, followed by Carapara in 5th. Break of 2 to Lavon. Then comes She's as Cold as Ice, and Racing Colors trails the field in 8th. The quarter, 23 seconds. Carbon, the gray, down at the rail, leads by a half length. Dashing Della on the outside, and then it's a break of 5. Back to Big Hazel in 3rd, followed on the outside by Sail with the Wind in 4th. Carbon and Dashing Della continue to do battle after a sharp half mile in 46 seconds. Dashing Della on the outside now takes the lead from Carbon. It's 4 lengths to Big Hazel and Sail with the Wind. Carapara is in 5th, still about 7 or 8 lengths from the front. Farther back, it's Lavon, and then Racing Colors and She's as Cold as Ice. The field is at the top of the stretch with Dashing Della, and on the outside it is Carbon, and the 2 of them once again are right together, and now Carbon has retaken the lead from Dashing Della. Carbon spurting away. Carapara on the outside. It's Carbon with the lead. Carapara moves to 2nd. Dashing Della is 3rd. Farther back, Lavon and Racing Colors. They come on for the finish, and it is Carbon and Kendrick Carmouche. Carapara was 2nd, Racing Colors 3rd.
Maybe not the way you would have drawn it up on the chalkboard, but a victory here. Carbon defeating the favorite, Kendrick Carmouche, 9-2. Richie, right on target. Well done.
Yeah, it wasn't exactly the way I saw the race working out, but I kind of lucked into a winner here with Carbon. Kendrick was intent on holding inside position, took intense pressure from Dashing Della around the turn. It looked like Dashing Della got her measure, put her away. Here came Kendrick back for a second helping, came outside, kicked on again. And this was a big effort, Carbon. She took all the heat and found more. Terrific hustling ride from Kendrick Carmouche, and Carapara just second best, and probably the track helped Carbon because it just seems like you want to be forward, but her effort was stellar. This was a tremendous effort from Carbon to take all that pressure and continue to find.
It's not like she re-rallied down along the inside. She came out around the 4-5 path.
No, and I really
3-4 path.
I love what Luis Rivera Jr. did when he passed her with Dashing Della. He dropped to the inside, being aware that the inside has been good, but no, Carbon, she was just best. She came out, back out to the clear, and kicked on again. This was a really nice effort.
Kendrick Carmouche, that look right at the wire, 1.574. I've been gone a little while, right? I've been told he's having a pretty bang-up meet here, Belmont at the Big A. Yes, Kendrick Carmouche.
He's having a terrific meeting, battling for lead and rider, and just making all the right moves. I mean, he is really riding lights out, and his enthusiasm is infectious. You see, he always salutes the crowd, and he has a big following here, especially at the Big A.
It's not like 50,000 have to be here in order to do so either. It's such a pleasure watching somebody have that much fun day in and day out, just going in to do their job.
It's a privilege to do this. It's not a right. And you know, you should treat it with the reverence it deserves. It's a beautiful thing to get to do something you love.
Amen, brother. 1-5-7-4. Carbon, Kendrick, and the 7th Belmont at the Big A. When we come back, time for the Thursday feature. Wide open 3-year-old filly turf sprint. Dance Macabre among the contenders. Just honest, talented, consistent. What will she do in the Glen Cove Stakes? Next, from Aqueduct. You're watching America's Day at the Races.
They say breed the best of the best and hope for the best.
Macoma broke well on the outside.
But you don't expect to get speed like this.
It is Macoma, the one to catch. Macoma has a 5-length lead in this Grade 1 order. Macoma continues to battle on down at the rail. It is Macoma who's going to win the Met Mile.
Experience the adrenaline-pumping, suspense-filled action of the Sport of Kings no matter where you are with Naira Bets. It's fast, easy, and secure. Download the app today and start winning with our lucrative weekly promotions, thrilling handicapping contests, and a one-of-a-kind VIP rewards program. Don't just watch horse racing, be a part of the action with Naira Bets.
It's a domineering display by the ultra-talented McKenzie. McKenzie in a dominant performance.
1,200,000 right there. 1,200,000. 550. Mitchell, 550,000.
And now 500. And 500,000. Thank you.
450. 75. 475,000.
There's a big, bold, beautiful world waiting to be explored by you and your friends, of course. But not just any friends, the best of friends. The kind of friends who let you do you. Because in this world, it's positive vibes only. And when you get in the zone here, you stay a while. These aren't just good times, they're the best of times. And your time is now. So come explore. Resorts World.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races. As always, brought to you in part by Hillendale at Alapa. Here at Aqueduct, just watched Carbon. Well done, Richie and Kendrick. Saluting who is here at Aqueduct this afternoon and standing by with the case of the winner's circle.
One of my favorite interviews, as we know, Luffy, with Kendrick. And Carbon today ran really well. She took some pressure, but she pulled away from the rest of this field.
Yeah, you know, Mr. Williams and the boys, they tell me, Kendrick, you know, you got the one hole, break good, but, you know, every time they put her close, she always fades, you know, and I was like, okay, but only one horse in the race, so I broke good, and they really didn't want it, so I said, let me see, and, you know, she went there very comfortable. At the quarter pole, the buckboard horse dragging him, so I kind of like just eased back a little to let her catch a breather, and man, she came right back, and, you know, hey, you know, looking on paper, it looked like she could have been third best, but she was a winner today.
And she really dug in nicely. It was a good effort. And you and I were just talking about this is a lifestyle where you're going to lose more than you win. You have to celebrate and appreciate the wins. But you're going for leading rider. You're riding so well this meet. How important is that mindset for you?
You just got to keep it year-round, you know. In this sport, the game is so up and down, you know. You just got to stay in the oval, you know. I've been in this game 23 years, and not even including what my dad had me in it for those years, you know. Just be happy, you know. You're doing something you love. We're going to lose more than we win, but when we win, it's just that much better to want to go win again. So that's what it's about for me, you know. If every guy had that mind in this game, every jockey, things would be a little bit easier for him going forward.
And I know the fans appreciate you too. It has to always feel good when you hear them screaming your name up there. And I love that you always salute the fans too. How important is that for you?
They my friends, you know. They beat me up some days, but it's good that they beat me up because, you know, it keeps me very honest in my work, and, you know, it helps, you know. They might might make you realize that you might have slipped on one thing, and you got to correct it. But other than that, they happy to be at Aqueduct. I'm happy to see them. They're good for the sport. We love them.
We certainly do. Congratulations on another win, Kendrick.
Thank you. The boot, baby, Louisiana.
You heard it, Lafitte. And hey, that's the beauty about this racing world, is that it's not just one horse, not just one individual. As you see back there behind me, it's for everybody.
They love him. He's a showman, as he said, how much he enjoys what he does, win, lose, or draw, and how hard it is to win, circling back on that point. In this sport, as a rider or a trainer, if you fail 80% of the time, if you fail 80% of the time, that's like Hall of Fame material.
Absolutely. But he said two key things in that interview, right? Was how much he loves it. And if you embrace the thing you love the most, the thing you're passionate about, it's going to be that much more enjoyable, and you're going to be that much better at it. And then as far as New York fans, yeah, they can be critical. They're usually pretty spot on in their analysis of things. Not much sharper racing fans than right here in New York, and they'll point out when you make a mistake.
You're not lying. Kendrick Carmouche, you've watching, and you pay such close attention to riders and how they change and adjust and adapt. And what do you think the biggest difference is? How has he changed and improved over the years that you've been watching Carmouche ride?
I think Kendrick got to a point at Parks in Philadelphia that he was the dominant rider there, and he was getting the first pick of horses. In New York, he had to break into a very strong jockey colony, who he is a part of that fraternity of really good riders, but he wasn't going to get the first pick, and he still doesn't get the first pick. But he makes the most out of the mounts he gets, and that puts him in a position to pick up better mounts. He's in the batting order for a lot of the top trainers now, and I just think he's a terrific rider. He has a complete game. I don't see any real weaknesses in his game. He's a strong finisher. He's good on front runners because he's a good judge of pace. He can come from off the pace if it's necessary, a horse that has that style. He's a chameleon. He fits the horses. They don't have to fit him.
Holding his own with the very best in the strongest jockey colony in North America. Kendrick Carmouche. Big meet continues, Belmont at the Big A. We turn the page. Race 8, the Glen Cove Stakes, rescheduled. 3-year-old fillies, 3/4 of a mile sprint on grass, and the early favorite, Dance Macabre, at 2-1. Much more on the Glen Cove coming up post-time, 21 minutes. And trainer Mark Casse about to unleash two fillies in this Glen Cove. Personal Pursuit and Ticker Tape Home. What a career. Casse in the Hall of Fame in 2 countries. First win back in 1979 and still going strong. Story's next.
Quality Road, proving Lane's End's tried and true stallion-making tradition. Quality Road has sired multiple Eclipse Award and Grade 1 winners, including champion 2-year-old colt Corniche, champion 2-year-old filly Caledonia Road, champion 3-year-old filly Abel Tasman, Grade 1 winner Bleecker Street, and classic winner National Treasure. He's a leader of his generation. Quality Road, a stallion that stands above the rest.
on the inside in second position.
Here they come, spinning out of the turn. Sixth period now by 5 lengths.
Few horses have stood in esteemed stall number 1 at Claiborne Farm, and all of them champions, legends of the sport.
And down the stretch they come, unbridled takes command.
Who influenced the generations that followed. Today, stall number 1 belongs to Run Happy, who is looking to create champions in the generations to come.
Bold Ruler, Secretariat, Easy Goer, Unbridled, and then Run Happy. Each of those horses were North American champions at one point in their careers.
All in line, and they're off.
Secretariat by 7. Secretariat 8 lengths.
Fente just hand-rides him under the wire. He takes this to Travers by 2.5 lengths.
You got to basically be a champion to live in that stall, and certainly Run Happy was. Whoever's after Run Happy will have to make sure he was a champion as well. Hopefully Run Happy will be able to keep his name on the door and add to the list of great horses that live in that stall.
Superstars and legends that have occupied that space. Stall number 1 at Claiborne Farm. Coverage is always brought to you in part by Claiborne Farm. 100 years doing the usual unusually well. And horses in the paddock here at Aqueduct, Belmont at the Big A for the Glen Cove Stakes, just the 3rd running. You're looking at Personal Pursuit, one of 2, trained by Mark Casse. What a career in the Hall of Fame in Canada, inducted into the National Museum of Racing and Hall of Fame at Saratoga a couple of years ago. A career that dates back to the late 70s and success at the highest level.
Saddled his first horse at the Great Barrington Fair when he was about 17 years old. His dad, Norman Casse, such a strong influence on Mark. And Mark and I go way back, and I know how meaningful and proud and emotional it was for him when he was inducted in the Hall of Fame. Just too bad his dad, Norman, wasn't around to see it.
He, you know, he wears his heart on his sleeve and doesn't apologize for it, nor should he. Nope. And I like his overall perspective in terms of the game itself and specifically training, where for him it's always he plays the long game. Richie.
Yes, he absolutely does, and he's brilliant at that. But he's also one of the best people I've ever been around at scouting young talent, being able to pick out young horses and say that one's going to be a good one. And I've seen him consistently develop young horses that he's picked out at sales into top-class racehorses.
Say what you want about Wonder Wheel after the fact, but he did say as a 2-year-old, like in summer, this is the 2-year-old I've been most excited about. Going back to Classic Empire, right?
Yep.
That's how excited he was about Wonder Wheel. She didn't do much this year. I get it. And that Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies really hasn't produced much. I don't know if one filly has come back and won since, but she did capture the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies in a championship.
Yeah, listen, and almost to have that crystal ball, if you will, right? And to be able to look into their future. But again, you know, if you would think about I'm certain there's certain scouts in baseball that are able to pick out very early on which kid could be the one that makes it all the way.
Talent scouting, Mark Casse. He can do it all and has a couple of fillies in this one, all set for the Thursday feature. In this paddock report, as they circle about with 14 minutes out, we check in with Acacia.
And while Dance Macabre certainly is, I think, the horse to beat and a major player in here, Lafitte wanted to take a look at a couple of others, namely some coming into the NYRA circuit. Starting off with Future Is Now for Mike Trombetta, who I believe has already dominated the Glen Cove in this race with his turf sprinters. And this filly is 2 for 2, sprinting on the grass. She was very impressive last time out from an outside post, getting back to the turf, went right up to set the pace. And while she looked like she was maybe a little bit green in the running of the stretch and maybe starting to drift out a little bit by herself, she's still inexperienced. And Victor Carrasco, who was riding that day and will be here in New York to ride her once again, just kind of kept her to her task and kept her focus. She looks like a colt almost. I mean, there's a lot of her. She's really well-muscled, very strong, good size, good substance to her. This is how I like my turf sprinters to look. She's exactly what you'd like to see, and I find her very intriguing. The number 7, Personal Pursuit, got back to the winner's circle finally last time out, and I haven't seen her since she was down at Tampa this winter, and I remember speaking to Mark about her and saying, do you think she's better on the turf or on the dirt? And he said, I really don't know. And I think that she was a little bit of a head scratcher for him, even towards the start of her career. She was off a little bit slow last time, but she pulled away just so much best the rest of that field. And I think that he was also experimenting with different distances, going the 7.5 furlongs, 2 back, and then cutting back to a turf sprint last time. Maybe he's finally found what she is, and that's a turf sprinter. And I know that it's been a lot of trial and error throughout her career. All along, I felt that she looks more like a turf horse, if anything, so I like her sticking in this spot, particularly off that last win. The number 8, Love Appeals, we've seen here in New York as she comes out of a disappointing effort in the Galway, and that was a day that once again, surprise, here in New York, we'd had quite a bit of rain, and the turf did have a little bit of give in it. And I did read a quote that Christophe Mott said that he felt that she really didn't handle and didn't love the soft turf. And you could kind of see that with several fillies in that race. And I had noted it down with her that she was in between horses. She was reluctant to switch leads. She just didn't really seem to be traveling comfortably throughout the running of that stretch. She, too, is a turf sprinter. She's incredibly fit coming back here, not having run since August, and while she came in with a training saddle, she's been very calm and relaxed, and there's a bit of cut in the turf today, but I think it's a bit firmer for sure than what she ran over in Saratoga. The number 3, Determined Jester, is another new face. In fact, well, she has actually run on the NYRA circuit before, trying the futurity against the boys last year, in which physically at that time she looked like she had stacked up pretty favorably, and she's done well now as a 3-year-old coming back too. She was behind Dance Macabre in the Music City 2 starts back, and then last time out she finished in a blanket finish, just missing 3rd in that effort at Keeneland. But she too looks like a horse who has early speed, and I think that she's best when she can be forward, which was not the case for her last time out at Keeneland. She's again developed nicely coming back as a 3-year-old, and some of these mid-Atlantic shippers could make things a little bit more intriguing in this very competitive rendition of the Glen Cove Lafitte.
That was odd, not seeing Determined Jester, and didn't have her best fastball, didn't flash that typical early speed in that race at Keeneland, an outsider at 22-1. Just to her inside is a filly who's not an outsider, Dance Macabre. Current 2-1 favorite, most recent, that aforementioned Music City, Kentucky Downs, early September, Richie. She's going to come up short, but you've got to love how hard she fights here in the stretch.
She is a hard trier. She's a fighter. She's never been off the board in 7 starts on the turf. And she's tactical. I like the fact that she should sit a really good trip right in behind what I think is ample pace in this Glen Cove. Adam Beschizza, a rider that I've been impressed with when we were covering Churchill Downs. He's consistently a strong finisher, puts horses in the right places.
Dance Macabre at 2-1, the favorite for this Glen Cove. Number 5 is Future Is Now at 10-1. There she is. Her last start, mid-September, Pimlico. Now this is a 5-furlong sprint. Richie, this is a legit race. She's fast.
She is fast. I expect her to be on the lead. She's 2 for 2 on turf. And to put this kind of separation on a field going 5 furlongs, you just don't see it. I mean, this is extremely impressive performance. You know, you don't have a lot of time to put that separation. How many turf races, Lafitte, you have a field within 4 or 5 lengths of each other? For her to win, you know, in hand the last 10 strides or so, but she's quick, and speed's always dangerous.
A couple of questions to follow up on. One of them not being her trainer, Michael Trombetta. Just the 3rd running of the Glen Cove, but he is undefeated, coming in having taken down the first 2 with those 2.
It's a pretty good stat. At least he knows
the
right ones to bring.
I'm curious, and again, let's follow up with Future Is Now. But first, the post parade for the Thursday feature, Glen Cove Stakes. Zoe Innocent Pictured would be a shock at 60-1. Then the favorite, Dance Macabre. Just a pro, always seemingly brings her best.
Yeah, runs honest every single time, and I think gets the right setup.
Determined Jester, watch her early, and if she is quicker getting out of the blocks this time as opposed to what we saw at Keeneland.
Yeah, she runs her best when she flashes that speed. Forrest Boyce, 1 wire to wire on her 3 back.
Lady Beth, number 4, back sprinting today.
I like the turn back for her. I think she's more comfortable sprinting.
Future is now. She's won 2 of 3. The muscular filly, very quick, 9-1 if you like her.
Very quick and a very impressive performance last time.
Beauty of the Sea had a 3-race win streak snapped in the Galway.
Yeah, a horse that should be forward. Another one with tactical speed.
Personal Pursuit, first of 2 for trainer Mark Cassie.
Exploded last time. Put 8 lengths on a field sprinting on the turf. Again, kind of unheard of.
Was impressive. Number 8, Love Appeals. Look out for her motoring late.
I like her a lot, and I think she gets ample speed to set up her late run. She's not breaking as sharp as maybe you'd like, but she's certainly a filly that I think is going to be running on.
A lot of speed in this race. There you saw another quick filly and Don't Look Back at All. She figures to make her presence felt early, then Ticker Tape Home, exiting a series of races at Woodbine.
Yeah, another one turning back in distance. You know, in a race that several of these horses would not surprise me, she would be a mild surprise for me.
Now those races on synthetic tracks. Back to turf today for Ticker Tape Home. The field for the 3rd running of the Glen Cove Stakes. We check in with Acacia, standing by with Kelsey Danner, who has the favorite in Dance Macabre.
And she'll look to get back to the winner's circle today, Luffy. And Kelsey, I had read that you said that you felt Dance Macabre maybe wasn't 100% fit last time out. She ran so well. What have you seen from her coming into today?
Well, she's fit now. I thought we were probably a breeze or 2 short coming into the last one. She's worked well every week coming into here, and she looks good, and she'll be fine today.
It looks like there could be a pretty honest pace in the race today, and she should be able to get a good trip.
Yeah, she'll probably sit in the pocket like she usually does. I think probably 2 or 3 of them will go out there. So
she's been such an honest and consistent horse, too. What's it like having one like that in the barn?
I'm really lucky. I mean, she's just nice. I mean, she comes out here, does her thing. She doesn't get worked up. She's easy, straightforward, likes her job. So.
Well, we can't wait to see her. Thanks for your time. Best of luck.
Thank you.
Lafitte?
She's very difficult to poke holes at, Dance Macabre. As honest as she is, bringing her best, and for that reason, the favorite here in the Glen Cove Stakes, Richie.
Yeah, and I like what Kelsey just said, that, you know, probably sitting in that pocket. And it's such a great position to be in for a rider, to have a horse that is quick enough but tractable enough where you can get your position and then settle into that pocket and save ground. And turf racing's won by horses that get the right trips. Dance Macabre, she creates her own trip.
Creates her own luck, part of her game. Dance Macabre, 2-1 favorite. The warm-up continues for the Glen Cove Stakes. A future is now. And that impressive runaway win at Pimlico. The 2 questions here, Richie, is that it doesn't sound like a big difference, but it's significant. Can she carry her speed and be as effective going 3/4 of a mile as she was running 5/8? And on paper, yeah, it faces much more heat and pace in this one than the horses she just faced at Pimlico.
She was very impressive, but it was a allowance race. Non-winners are one other than. This is a stakes race. You have horses that, you know, can take the heat. They've shown they can throw the heat. They can take the heat. And she does have to go 2 football fields, if you include the end zones, further. And that's significant. So, you know, if she takes pressure, will she be able to get the 6 furlongs? Listen, I respect her. I think this race is wide open, but I'm looking for horses that are going to be coming from either just slightly off the pace or a little bit more of a closing type.
These turf scrambles, it's tricky, but yeah, on paper we expect a fast early pace here. As the warm-up continues, let's take a look at number 7 in Personal Pursuit. 1 of 2 for trainer Mark Cassie. Her latest, late September, Woodbine, softer company, Richie, but watch her turn it on right here in the stretch. It's not who she beats, it's how she does it.
Yeah, I mean, listen, she came up in behind horses the right way, saved ground. She's trying to lug in a little bit. You see the rider's got her head turned out, has to correct her. You know, she wants that. She has a tendency to want to lean in. But look at how she quickens up now, Lafitte. I mean, every stride she's putting distance between her and the field the last 1/8 of a mile. Impressive effort. It's a little bit of a different group, but boy, you have to respect her off of that effort.
Based on that, you can understand why she's here facing these types in a stakes race here at Aqueduct.
Oh, absolutely. And listen, you know, with her pedigree, a stakes win would enhance her value exponentially. And I just, you know, a very impressive effort there. The lugging in thing could be problematic. You know, when you're winning a race easily and you're having to be corrected by a rider, it's a non-factor. If you're in a driving finish, inches count, and when you're correcting a horse, you're having to slow them down just slightly to correct them. And I think today she's going to need to have her A game and run straighter.
With Javier Castellano in the saddle, Personal Pursuit warming up continues. Danse Macabre still the favorite, 2-1. We check in with Acacia.
And Lafitte, just to wrap up thoughts on what Richie was talking about with Personal Pursuit and her tendency to lug out. I mean, I have notes from her back in September of 2022 when she broke her maiden of her doing exactly that. She's actually gotten better with the lugging in and out, but she's worn different bits as well as trying different surfaces and distances. I can see that Mark has also fooled around with the different types of equipment. She's wearing a ring bit today, which will give the rider a bit more control, but that's also very typical of her. She, I'm sure, has been a very frustrating filly because you know that the talent is in there and to find the ways to get it out. And that is one of the biggest challenges, but also the most rewarding things as a horseman and as a trainer, to be able to channel all of that into good efforts. Wrapping up on the 2 Danse Macabre, she looks sensational today. As Kelsey said, she's incredibly fit. She's so athletic. She had a pretty quiet, subdued warm-up out there, but moving beautifully and should get the right kind of trip and hopefully back to the winner's circle today, Lafitte.
8 starts thus far, 4 wins, 3 second-place finishes. She brings her best consistently, and for that reason, the favorite, 9-5, Danse Macabre and this Glen Cove. Final thoughts as they've reached the starting gate.
Yeah, I'm going with the 8, Love Appeals. I was really impressed with her effort, 6 furlongs here at Aqueduct in the spring against easier. And I think she got the right style for this race that I think will feature a pretty rapid pace.
Not sure she needs to be as far back. Quite as far back. Maybe stay a little bit closer within striking range today.
I hope she breaks a bit cleaner. That I think has kind of put her a little bit out of position her last couple of starts.
Love Appeals with Arad Ortiz, 4-1 at post time. Filing into the gates, Lady Beth at 6-1. Determined Gesture. Let's see if she breaks sharper and flashes her typical speed that we didn't see at Keeneland this afternoon. Who do you think is the quickest of the quick on paper?
I do think that the 5 Futures Now is the quickest of the quick. And when you get a rider, Victor Carrasco, very good rider, shipping in, riders tend, from other racetracks, other jurisdictions, tend to let horses show their speed more.
She is a flamethrower. Can't wait to see this one post time for the Thursday feature. Glen Cove, Belmont at the Big A. John Embrial standing by.
Lady Beth, not yet in the starting gate. Future Is Now, Ticker Tape Home also on the outside. We've got a field of 10 about to sprint at 6 furlongs on the outer turf. Turf is good. This is the Glen Cove Stakes. Lady Beth is in. Future Is Now moving up. She goes in nicely, and the last of 10 3-year-old fillies, Ticker Tape Home. We are ready to go. And they're off, and it was a slow start for number 1, Zoe Innocent. There goes Future Is Now out for the early lead with Determined Jester racing in second. Don't Look Back at All on the outside. And then Beauty of the Sea towards the rail running in 4th. Love Appeals is next in 5th. Danse Macabre is 6th at this point. In between horses, Lady Beth in 7th. Ticker Tape Home on the outside in 8th. At the back are Personal Pursuit and the slow starting Zoe Innocent. Opening quarter mile in 22 1/5 seconds. It's Determined Jester, and on the outside, Future Is Now, and the 2 of them are right together. They've opened up 5.5 lengths on Don't Look Back at All in 3rd. Then Love Appeals racing in 4th. Ticker Tape Home on the outside in 5th, followed by Beauty of the Sea and Dance Macabre, the half in 44 and 4/5 seconds as they come through the stretch. Don't Look Back at All is ranging up on the outside now to take over the lead. Love Appeals moving into second. Dance Macabre is putting in a furious late run. Darts down to the inside. Don't Look Back at All. Here's Dance Macabre, and Dance Macabre takes over from off the pace. She wins the Glen Cove Stakes impressively in 1 minute 9 and 1/5 seconds.
Unleashing a furious late rally. The favorite delivers in the Glen Cove Stakes. Dance Macabre, Adam Beschizza blew by them all in the stretch. Wow.
Yeah, terrific ride from Adam Beschizza. He was a little probably further back than they anticipated, but the pace was on. There was a cutthroat duel on the lead, right? Determined Jester held that inside position, didn't allow Futures Now to clear, but they were head and head and opened up. And on this course, very fast fractions, 22 and a 5/5 the first quarter. It looked like at one point...
I thought Don't Look Back at All was gone.
Yeah, I mean, she made that run, but here comes your winner, Dance Macabre, diving to the inside and finished with just a flourish. Nice run from Love Appeals. Looked like she was just one pace at the top of the stretch and then kind of came on again to just miss the place, but make no doubt about it, Dance Macabre, impressive here. Now 5 wins on the turf from 8 starts, 2 seconds and a third, and I love when you see riders ride the turf the way Adam Beschizza did here. This is like when you're trying to get back over to Belmont from Aqueduct in rush hour traffic, and he just found the path and cut on through.
Wild finish. I love these turf sprints, the stakes races with the good-sized fields. And Kelsey Danner, she told the K-Show, she's fit today. Second race off the layoff. Yes, she was. And for Kelsey, lots to smile about following that performance from Dance Macabre, and how proud everyone associated with this filly must be just because of how hard she does try, how consistent she is. She might not win every race, but she brings her best race in and race out.
Shows up, and that's all you could ask of any horse or person. They show up and they do their job.
She brought it today to win the 3rd running of the Glen Cove Stakes. Running trainer Kelsey Danner, all smiles. 2-9-8-7. Dance Macabre, the favorite, delivers in the Thursday feature at Aqueduct, Belmont at the Big A. Stay tuned.
Approaches the quarter pole, and it's Gunite trying to fend off Elite Power, who's motoring like a big chestnut tank on the outside, and Elite Power and Gunite, Elite Power got him right on the money in 109.22 seconds.
Herman, the classic sire.
At Keeneland, a horse will always be measured in hands. Hands that see, that sense, that speak. Hands that hold our sport to a higher standard. Not for our sake, but for theirs. For the love of the horse, for generations to come.
And the stage is set. Bright Work will make Ways and Means work. She is running on strongly. Ways and Means still a length back second. These two are dominating. Bright Work is a superstar.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races. As always, brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit AmericasBestRacing.net today. 'Tis the season, sure. Dance Macabre. Winter Circle lead-in brought to you by the Fasig Tipton November sale, world's premier breeding stock event. Nominate now to the sale where stars are sold. Like a blur in the stretch, Mig, like a blur in the stretch.
She really was. I mean, and again, you know, I thought she'd probably be laying up a little closer, but with the course having some given at 44 and change that, I mean, really, it was an all-out cutthroat speed duel on the lead. She was a little further back. But watch the decision process here. I think Beskica made a decision, conscious decision here. I'm staying inside. I'm not going to angle out. He's going to turn her in back towards the inside. And he's like, well, I hope the lanes come, and they did. It was like easy pass here. She started to work her way out around the two tiring leaders, ducked back to the inside with the clear path. Good filly, good ride, great training job. This was a really nice effort. And the two Christophe Clement trainees in a photo for second with the one that made the first run that looked like she was going to get it all done. Filly's name again.
Love Appeals and Don't Look Back at All?
Yeah, Don't Look Back at All. She wasn't looking back. It looked like she was setting sail for victory.
Dance Macabre, winning pilot Adam Beskica, as you can see, standing by with Acacia.
It's tough to miss him, Luffy, but he was weaving through traffic there as Dance Macabre. Adam, you were just telling me there is some cut in the ground, but she found her footing and was flying late.
Yeah, it was probably went a bit against her as far as what she had ideally wanted. But yeah, I was definitely wheel spinning early, struggling to go the early door speed. But look, she's got a big engine, and you know she's proved herself time and time again to be you know up at that upper echelon of sprinter. So no, she managed to pull the eventual second in nicely, and probably went on with a bit in hand as well.
She finished up so well today, and you've been her regular rider. You know her well. How big a deal do you think that is, that you have that confidence in her? If maybe she wasn't as traveling as well early, you knew that she was going to be there for you at the end.
Yeah, I have a lot of confidence in her, and you know, Kelsey's given me plenty of chances, even after defeats on her. So you know, all thanks to her, and she's done a brilliant job with her, getting her up until this point today. And even for Steve and John, the owners, bought for $55,000. I mean, she's after this race here, she's probably earned $1 million. So that is a diamond in the rough and an owner's dream.
And how fun is that to be a part of the team when you have a horse that's just so consistent like she is?
Yeah, I mean, my job is just to get the steering right, I guess. But I'm very proud of the filly. I mean, she's done wonders for my career, and definitely Kelsey's and the owners, so yeah.
Well, enjoy it. Another nice win today. Congratulations.
Thank you, Acacia. Thank you.
As Kelsey headed back downstairs, Lafitte, because she said, I have to go get the halter. I'm also the hot walker.
One-man band here at Aqueduct this afternoon, Kelsey Danner, but she had Dance Macabre ready to roll. Adam Beskica, good rider, good ride here in the feature at Belmont at the Big A. Richie, he mentioned that she was kind of spinning her wheels early. How rare is that a horse is struggling with footing at one point in the race early on and eventually finds their best footing?
Well, I think it's not as rare with horses with a big heart, horses that want to win. They have that desire. And also the fact that they were going so fast early might have had something to do with the fact that it felt like even more so that she was spinning her wheels. But you could see in the stretch she really kind of leveled off, and when she ducked down to that inside path and really found it. And Adam Beskica says, my job is to get the steering right. Well, he did a bit more contributing than just getting the steering right. That was a terrific ride, and now she's well over $900,000, closing in on $1 million in earnings. No small feat for a turf sprinter.
And the appreciation, as we look at the field for the upcoming 9th and final here, Aqueduct, Belmont at the Big A, the appreciation from Beskica noting what this filly has meant to his career and what has meant to Kelsey Danner's as well.
I think it's fantastic when a rider recognizes how much a horse does for them. Riders are great athletes, but they have a dance partner that elevates them, and that's the racehorse, the thoroughbred. And I love when riders acknowledge that, recognize it, and acknowledge it so well.
He was a big part of that win today. Really good ride, Adam Beskica. Dance Macabre delivers in the feature. Belmont at the Big A. The 9th race coming up, post time 21 minutes. And trainer Linda Rice, who is now a two-time Saratoga champion trainer, and here in New York, racking up title after title. That's next. You're watching America's Day at the Races here on Fox Sports 2.
Catholic Boy, a Grade 1 winner on both dirt and turf, including this romp in the Run Happy Travers Stakes.
He's so impressive today, the others didn't even have a prayer.
This 6-time graded stakes winner was the fastest 3-year-old of his crop over 10 furlongs. Now his first runners are hitting the track. Dual surface Grade 1 winner Catholic Boy, standing at Claiborne Park.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than americasbestracing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. americasbestracing.net is a sport for you.
When I go to the barn in the morning and train horses that I'm excited about running, that's what drives me. Winning races, whether it be a claiming race or a stakes race or a Grade 1 at Saratoga, it's so much more fun than losing. Okay, guys, Jose, I'm ready for the first one. Go ahead. We're going from the half out 5/8. My father, he was a hard worker, and he was very ambitious, instilled a strong work ethic in my 3 brothers and myself, and he had a love for the horses his whole life, and he instilled that in us as well.
It's double booked in front.
My first good horse was a horse named Double Booked, a grass horse, when I started training at Monmouth Park, an affiliate of my father's named Ready Jet Go. But I would say that City Zip was a very good 2-year-old. I brought him here. He won all 3 2-year-old stakes here.
It's City Zip in front of the 16th. City Zip by 3.
He would be the horse that really helped move me along the path that I am on now. I like to claim a lot of young horses with lightly raised horses that I think have both potential on their pedigree side and, of course, conformation. So that's been a big asset to my claiming, which has been probably in the last 5 years I've been doing more of.
Voodoo Song digs in. Is he gonna do it? He is! Voodoo Song won the 4-star Dave!
New York racing is, frankly, it's my home. I've been here for quite a few years. I have gone from a young trainer that was struggling to climb the ladder to being a mainstay in New York. And I think by not diluting my business at different venues, I think it's been helpful for me to be successful right here in New York. I'm all about New York racing. My father always said, well, he didn't want to die in the harness. And I think about that sometimes, but I don't know what my day would be like if I didn't have horses to train or to be around or to be excited about. Linda Rice. I'd like them to say she was one hell of a horse trainer. and she earned it.
One hell of a horse trainer. She earned it. Richie, what would you add to that about Linda Rice, the trainer?
She succeeded. If that's her goal, she has succeeded. She's one hell of a horse trainer, and she has earned it. Her work ethic, which she talked about, her father instilled not only in her, but her brothers, and her dedication. She's just consistent every day. You know, you watch her after training, jogging her horses on the road, checking their soundness, and her organization skills. If you go in her office, the way they have it set up, looking forward to spots for horses, if they're interested in claiming horses, what conditions and where they're going with horses, a plan in place, and she executed. And you think about the horses that she's trained over the years, the top class horses from La Verdad. She talked about, City Zip, Voodoo Song, what she did with that horse in Saratoga. I mean, I can go on and on and on. Myself, I was lucky enough to ride a really good mare for Tensky, named Tensky for her, won the Queen Elizabeth. I think it was her second grade one of her career. She's earned it. She 100% has earned it. And anybody that wants to be negative or critical, she has gone about it methodically, meticulously, and with a singular focus.
You mentioned La Verdad, who ran second in the Breeders' Cup Filly Mare Sprint at Keeneland back in 2015, knocking down New York Racing Association training title after training title. The only female trainer to have captured a Saratoga training title, and she's now done it twice. And this is part of the reason she was able to do so. Closing day at Saratoga, the Bernard Baruch, Richie, and Rice needed this one, chasing Chad Brown in the standings, and Pioneering Spirit, who runs tomorrow in the Knickerbocker, delivered.
Well, and much like she did here with Pioneering Spirit, wheeling back off the Grade 1 Sword Dancer, 8 days to win the Bernard Baruch. Now she tried him again on a yielding course in Turf Classic and wheels back in 13 days. So this is a horse that is hardy, can take the racing, thrives on it seemingly, and I think just gets back into a more realistic spot now. It seems like the ground will be good, and I don't think he appreciated the very soft ground last time, and even the yielding ground on the day of the Sword Dancer. But this is a horse that she claimed for $40,000. I mean, think about that and what he's gone on to do.
She was going to run him in an allowance race less than a week or whatever it was before the Sword Dancer, kind of getting a feel of how the Sword Dancer was coming together. It might have been a small stakes race a few days before at Saratoga. And it was Omaha. No, we're going to run in the Grade 1. And he was defeated 10 lengths, but yeah, he finished third and got the Grade 1 placing, did Pioneering Spirit in that Sword Dancer.
Yeah, which he picked up a big check, the Sword Dancer, big purse. The Grade 1 placing doesn't do a lot for his immediate value. Certainly the people that have the mare, the family, obviously it helps, but just to be able to do that with a horse you claim for $40,000 and get a Grade 1 placing and then come back and win a grade or a stake like the Bernard Baruch used to be graded, they've downgraded it.
What a competitive, deep edition of the Knickerbocker tomorrow. Race 6 on the program, the Friday card, Belmont at the Big A. One more here. Horses in the paddock, trained by Linda Rice. You're looking at Royal Spirit, currently 7-1 as our coverage continues from Aqueduct. 9th and final. Belmont at the Big A is next.
The momentum continues for War Dancer as War Smoke delivers at Finger Lakes.
War Smoke in front, another one for Andre Worry.
Barrage runs down the field at Saratoga.
Here's Barrage with a final surge. Barrage got up.
And Born Dancer goes wire to wire, outlasting all comers.
It's going to get close. BM Courage coming inside Born Dancer. Photo finish.
Shouldn't you have a War Dancer? War Dancer, proud to stand in New York.
Perfect day. There is no finer place in all of sports.
Nerves, excitement, and anticipation.
Than beautiful, truly stunning. For the Breeders' Cup World Championships.
Now more than ever, it's time to get with the program. When shopping for your next race prospect, consider that New York breds start with an advantage. Our New York breds run for serious green. At Saratoga Race Meet, New York bred maidens run for up to $88,000. New York bred allowance horses run for up to $100,000. And New York bred owners can collect awards of up to $20,000 per horse per race. So get back with the program. Seriously.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races, brought to you by Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual and usually well. Horses in the paddock for the nightcap, and it's a good one to wrap up the day, going long on the turf, 1 mile and 3/8, as the number 4 Francesco Clementi for Chad Brown is making his second start here stateside. Now, I wasn't in the paddock for his U.S. debut, but hearing Maggie's comments from him, Maggie Wolfendale, she had said that he just didn't really look fit, that he was a big, heavy horse, kind of a typical Dubawi, and he was acting a bit coltish, bit distracted in the paddock, and he broke slowly, which he had done over in Europe as well. And so, yes, it's true that oftentimes in their first U.S. start, European horses will get out of the gate slowly, but this has become a bit of a habit for this guy. And so they put shortcut blinkers on him for the first time, and he had actually worn cheek pieces over in Europe watching those European races. So maybe he just needs some equipment to help channel and focus his energy a little bit more. While I guess he's a little bit more tucked up, these Dubawis often do tend to carry a lot of weight in conditioning, so you could certainly assume that he'll benefit from having a start under his belt off of the layoff. Did have a little bit of skin disease going on, but overall he seems alert, and he has minded his manners here in the paddock. The number 1 Cyber Ninja, second last time out behind Catch That Party, and I'm glad that he showed some life when getting back to the turf. I think he's built more like a turf horse, and his 2 distance turf races and his maiden race in that last allowance have been his best efforts, in over his head in the Belmont Derby, but I think this is what he wants, and he's strengthened up. He's a big, long striding type of individual. I feel the same way about the number 9 Swore, who had legitimate trouble, got bumped pretty soundly in the deep stretch by the second place finisher who was disqualified, came back to win impressively at Kentucky Downs last time out. Now, last time he did pull away on his left lead, but I noticed at Kentucky Downs, a lot of horses have trouble switching their leads because it's not a typical configuration, so I don't take that as a negative at all. He was much the best in that effort, and I think a major player in this spot. Lafitte?
I do see that at Kentucky Downs with more frequency. I agree, Acacia. Post parade for this 9th and final. Classic Creation at 21-1. Long shots side by side. Fatima's Blessing, 11th start here in 2023.
Yeah, Mike Deeney, nice winner the other day, shipping in here to New York, and this horse has run okay at marathon distances.
Royal Spirit, Kendrick Carmouche takes over for Linda Rice.
Another horse that ran well last time, attending the pace, going this mile and 3/8 distance.
Been a while since his last win. Hold the salsa.
Yeah, you get Romero Mirage, who has made me a fan. I like the way this kid rides.
Swore. Stone Farm homebred in those Sunday Silence colors, followed by Omni King and Junior Alvarado.
Yeah, tough post, 3 turns here at Aqueduct. You got to find some place to save some kind of ground from that far outside.
Omni King did look good in his turf debut, but 31-1 long shot here in the field for this 9th and final. Good allowance race, 1 mile and 3/8 on turf. Turf course listed as good, and circling back to Swore, pictured there with Manny Franco at Kentucky Downs, where Acacia referenced the lead swapping, 2 starts back. Saratoga, Richie, and a wild finish here, going to wind up finishing in 3rd. Defeated only a neck and eventually elevated to 2nd.
Yeah, ran on well, you know, and again, this is a horse that has the stamina. You know, he wants all. He's turning back from a 1.5 mile win, and here he comes. He's making his run, and he does wind up getting bumped pretty soundly. And actually, you know, really looking at that, feels like it cost him the race. It thwarted all of his forward progress.
Sure. Big effort there from Swore. 5-2, Manny Franco. Needs a nice, smooth landing today, does Swore in the stretch, unlike the final 16th of a mile at Saratoga.
Yes, but you know, Manny Franco, very strong rider. I love seeing those Stone Farm colors, and you know, you look at him here. If you squint, you go, could be Sunday Silence, right? Kind of dark.
If he was crooked in back, maybe.
Yes, yeah. But listen, a major player here from a trainer that is very good with horses that like to go these longer distances, and he's very proficient at it. And I like the fact that he came off of that effort at Saratoga, which was, I thought, a big step forward for him, and followed it up with a big win going 1.5 miles.
And Cyber Ninja, those warlike goddess colors, George Krikorian, Hall of Famer Bill Mont, and his most recent right here, Belmont at the Big A, mid-September. Trying to find his best with Jose Ortiz, comes off the rail and just kind of keeps plugging away and picking his spots, advancing through the stretch.
Yeah, I mean, he had to kind of pick his way and you know, be handled a little bit carefully, trying to find that clear path. You can kind of see it looked like he might be coming out at that point. So, no, I got room back in here. So maybe with a little more continuity to the run, but you know, the winner was very good, the way the winner finished and just kind of blew by them
Catch
late.
that party, finishing with a flurry. Do you give Cyber Ninja a shot here? Can he defeat
he has
Francesco Clemente, the odds-on favorite?
Yeah, I'm a little bit concerned. You know, I don't trust Francesco Clemente. I think he's a horse that has a lot of ability. They add the blinkers. I mean, his Achilles heel, if you will, has been breaking from the gate. Maybe the blinkers will help that. It hasn't been my experience that blinkers make horses break much better. And he's actually dwelt at the start of races. His last effort was good. I mean, it was probably way too short of his best, so now he gets to go 1 mile 3/8 with the addition of this equipment. One thing about Cyber Ninja, it's a 3-turn race, 1 mile 3/8 at Aqueduct. He's going to get to save ground, and saving ground is so important in these marathon races.
5-1 if you like him. And then Acacia Royal Spirit number 7, 8-1. Are we going to see another Kendrick Carmouche post-race celebration after this 9th and final?
We'll see. And he's a horse that's been very consistent, though maybe not necessarily a winning type. If you heard a horse screaming and hollering back in the paddock during my paddock report, that would be Royal Spirit, and that's very normal for him. Even at the ripe age of 4-year-old now, he still likes to announce his presence prior to each of his races. So he's definitely a spirited individual. Got very headstrong and hard to handle two-back when he was really far back and out of it and going too short. He wants a little bit more ground, and I think that this is what he does prefer. My question is he's meeting some salty competition in here, namely, I think the 4 and the 9, and is he going to be able to break through and get that victory? He seems to be one that's often right there when he can settle and when he can be in that stalking spot. Can he seal the deal? He's a generous price if today could potentially be the day, Lafitte.
Quickly, Acacia, the Clement runners running 2-3 in the Glen Cove and Love Appeals and Don't Look Back at All. Did you think for a few strides, Don't Look Back at All was home and had it?
I actually did. I was standing next to the whole West Point crew who were cheering, and it's just really fun to see that excitement and that enthusiasm. I actually didn't even see Danse Macabre until she was flying as a blur, as you said, coming down up towards the inside with a big effort. But yeah, it's very encouraging. Don't Look Back at All, I think, has really improved a lot this year. And Love Appeal is a horse that always had some ability and has found her home sprinting on the turf.
Nothing wrong with running a 2-3 in a stakes race at Aqueduct. Belmont at the Big A, the Glen Cove. Too much Danse Macabre in the Thursday feature. Will it be too much of the favorite in the 9th and final here? Even money for trainer Chad Brown and Francesco Clement, making his second start here in the States with Arad Ortiz. We'll see. It's a short price. I know you have your doubts.
Well, I just concerned with how he breaks. And listen, the blinkers may aid in him getting away cleaner. But also, if he breaks a bit slow, will the blinkers make him a bit keener? Will he grab the bit and, you know, the race takes shape quickly because they break very close to that first of 3 turns. And then will he get keen and be up on heels? Listen, he won't surprise me if he wins. I'm going in a different direction. But I think he does have some questions to answer.
Something to watch early on. You went with Cyber Ninja. Acacia with number 9, Swore. All set for the 9th and final. Belmont at the Big A. Johnny I standing by.
Omni King. And they're in the gate. And they're off. And that was a bit of an awkward start for number 4, Francesco Clemente, who trails the field. There is Royal Spirit, who is out first, and from the outside, Omni King is now moving up. Classic Creation is down at the rail, and in between horses is Hold the Salsa, who is now advancing. Then a break of 2 to Ghostly Prince down on the inside, running in 5th position. Swore is on the outside in 6th. It's another 3 to Fatima's Blessing. Francesco Clemente on the outside, and Cyber Ninja is the trailer in 9th as the field comes through the stretch for the first time. So it is Royal Spirit, Hold the Salsa on the outside, and Classic Creation is up close. And then it's Omni King, who's running in 4th. Ghostly Prince and the Blue Blinkers down at the rail and in 5th. The quarter 24 and 2. Swore is in 6th position. Followed next by Fatima's Blessing and Francesco Clemente. And the trailer is Cyber Ninja. And the half went in 49 and 3/5 seconds as they go around the clubhouse turn. Royal Spirit is the leader here by 2.5 lengths. Hold the Salsa, Classic Creation, they are right together, 2nd and 3rd. And then it is Omni King and Ghostly Prince, those 2 races a team. Swore in 6th, followed by Fatima's Blessing down at the rail. Francesco Clemente on the outside. Cyber Ninja continues to trail. 3/4 in 1:16 and 1 as they continue up the backstretch. Royal Spirit maintaining the lead here. The lead's a length and a half. Hold the Salsa, 2nd by a head. Classic Creation is down at the rail and in 3rd. Then comes Omni King and Ghostly Prince. And now they go into the far turn. And it's still Royal Spirit. Royal Spirit by 3.5 lengths. Classic Creation down on the inside is in 2nd, followed by Hold the Salsa. Omni King on the far outside. Ghostly Prince down at the rail. Francesco Clemente is out in the middle of the course, and then it is Swore, and they're all chasing Royal Spirit, who has built a 6-length lead. Francesco Clemente is coming on now, but now there's just a 16th to the finish. Here's Royal Spirit. Here's Francesco Clemente with a big surge on the outside. Francesco Clemente got there. Erod Ortiz Jr. timed it perfectly.
What felt like a desperate finish, but look at the body language on Erod Ortiz, like he had it measured every step of the way, with Francesco Clemente, the favorite, wearing down, blowing by Royal Spirit in the 9th and final.
Yeah, you know, once he got his legs unraveled and really started running, he looked like he was trying to lug in on that group of horses. Ira did a great job strong-handed. And then once he got away from that group and he could allow him to run a little free, he didn't have to continue to correct him. He dropped his head and ran down a very, very game Royal Spirit who controlled the race throughout. Kendrick nearly stole this, but Francesco, come on, broke better than he did last time. Still slow, but not as slow.
And Royal Spirit with Kendrick Carmouche in this long-distance mile and 3/8 event, making his intentions known right from the start. The favorite, meanwhile, spotting the field a couple of lengths, as you mentioned.
Yeah, bounced him out to the lead and then get him to settle really nicely. Listen, the winner was very good, and a great insight and job by Chad Brown to add the blinkers. He did break better than he had his last start and had more ground to work with, and this was a really nice effort from Francesco Clemente, who I thought had questions to answer. Well, he answered them emphatically to catch a loose on the lead Royal Spirit, who Kendrick Carmouche gave every opportunity to win. I thought that the one Cyber Ninja was a little bit further back for a horse that maybe was good for him for a horse that's a bit one-paced, but he rallied on to be 3rd. Make no mistake, your winner was best. He got it done after that tardy beginning, but actually a step forward for how he broke last time.
It's just how we started the show with trainer Chad Brown talking about his Breeders' Cup probables. He has 10 horses in 6 different races, shot with randomized in the distaff, Zandon in the Breeders' Cup Classic, 2 races he has not won yet, 16 Breeders' Cup victories, and the fact that at Santa Anita is where he's done most of his Breeders' Cup damage. 9, I know there's a lot of Breeders' Cups at Santa Anita, but still, 9 of his 16 wins in Arcadia.
Chad Brown's very young for a horse trainer. He has a lot of time to get those milestones.
Countdown continues to the Breeders' Cup. Countdown continues to our next show tomorrow afternoon, America's Day at the races. Today, how exciting was she? Dancing Macabre. Adam Beskica, a blur in the stretch indeed. With the hardware, big performance in the Glen Cove. Tomorrow, Pioneering Spirit. In the Knickerbocker, Bernard Baruch winner closing day at Saratoga for Linda Rice. Has to deal with the likes of Rock Emperor, Grade 1 winner. He runs tomorrow in the Friday feature. You'll see it right here on America's Day at the Races. Have a great night, everyone.